The scales back in the favor of the T's, getting ready to permeate out of the smoke. Rawls showing his position and catches Flare Axe from behind. Now, two more on the chopping block. Run and gun. Rawls somehow ends up on the right side of that duel. 3 kills to find now for Onyx.
Yeah, it's beautiful from Rawls. 2 very, very clean headshots. Leaves us with 50 seconds and an Onyx 1v3 that is pretty impossible. They'll double swing him. It's a little bit messy at the end, but Rawls will make it a 3rd. And yeah, not bad at all from 9. This was just brilliantly held. Towards Cave and the bomb site itself. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. As I say, you've got to contextualize it in the last 2 weeks, right? These guys breezed through the Star Ladder quals, qualified for the main event. I was asking them about it afterwards. You know, it means a lot as a team like this to make it to a big land like that. We haven't seen 9 play in that kind of environment before. They've taken convincing wins against Big twice this week. One against OG, one against Ninjas in Pajamas. Like, these boys, just in the past sort of 10 days, have looked pretty unstoppable. So, yeah, if there's a time to put their first win against TNL on the board this year, I think it is right here and right now. Really, really comfortable stuff in the second round. It was just a full eco, but a Kragan 4K will be one that he will take with open arms every day of the week, and he almost ends up with the ace.
I do see your point, like the idea that you're watching 9 sort of in a honeymoon phase at the moment while TNL are having their own struggles. I think you're right. I think it's volatile enough that this is probably one of their better chances to get a fast one against TNL. But just like historically speaking, 2 out of 10 maps is definitely a bit of a rough ask. But look at this, TNL. This is going to be such a bad round for 9. The Tech 9 starts to run them over. And Fuzi trying to recover. No one's finding anything. And Kragan and Zedjot left behind. They'll be scratching their heads wondering how the hell that went so wrong. Karen knows exactly what's coming his way. Swing out, Tech 9, great range for that, but doesn't connect. And it's all about taking these rifles, tucking them into her back pocket, and making sure they'll be alive in the next one.
And no other option there, just a complete tempo change from TNL and the Tech 9s that really had no business in winning that round. Actually steal it. It's brilliant. Denies 9 a 3rd. Puts the money in a weird place. There will be enough to buy in the next with these 2 saved weapons, but yeah, C-Shot wasn't even confident enough to sort of get stuck in and try and recover one of those rifles. They'd been taken by the T's. They weren't any longer towards the CT spawn. And he didn't want to get into a fight at all, really. So, yeah, that'll be tossed over to Faven or Rouse. I'm not quite sure who was the recipient of it. I think it was Faven. He'll buy himself an M4. And we've still got a decent buy here for the CT side. So, yeah, chance to bite back.
Karen's actually made his way pretty far in. Like, 2 of the players already into Donut. You're going to have that 2-prong approach that's about to pop in through middle. And Kragan will be the first point of contact. Here comes the utility. First player already down, and Dawi is good with the second refrag as well. Fuzi's going to trim the hedges before things become too much of a problem, and Rawls gets to be a nuisance with the MP9 as well. Dawi's committed to getting the bomb down, and that allows Fuzi to mobilize and get a little bit closer. Now setting up the tripwire. There it is. Dawi's down. And what started off as a beautiful round from TNL quickly just comes down to Knifey, who's trying to bring it back in from behind. Smoke starts to fade, and surely they're going to check for him in just a second, right?
Oh, they
drop on him. Can he get the second? Oh, such a problem. You gotta watch out. Ob's gonna miss as well. 1v3 about to come through. Knifey, how has he gotten away with this?
Oh no.
The nade doesn't catch him. You've got that 5-second defuse. Fuzi instantly commits after the kill, and he's going to have just enough time. No! That is criminal from Knifey.
Oh, that is not a round to lose and not a way to lose it. 1 versus 3. And it's just Rouse sort of fumbling over weapons there on the floor. You see he taps the bottom of the MP9 out, then realizes he has an AK at his feet, and just as he's taking the gunfight, swaps out, instantly regrets that decision. The spacing was such that nobody else was able to swing for the instant trade, not one if it was occupied with the first. Made that real awkward. Now, I was talking about this week, and I didn't really get to see too much from it, right? Onyx, normally, if you think back to TNL games that we've covered when they've been on boot camp, and even some of the clips from IESF as well, when they were playing under Team Ukraine, Onyx is like such a big personality. And this week, when they were having their struggles, he just wasn't that at all. Like, the boot camp room looked very quiet. I'm used to seeing these guys on the cams with like some big energy, and there was just none of that at all. I really hope that, you know, if they can sort of pull off a better performance here and they can start winning this game or taking a map or something, that we do see that energy coming back a little bit. Because as I say, every time it switched to the cams, that boot camp room looked real depressing.
Yeah, I think one of my fondest memories of watching TNL, right, is when we were casting their finals win right here in the Proving Grounds. And you could see that they were going absolutely nuts when they bested Fnatic, right?
Yeah,
It looked amazing. Like the energy was off the charts. So you've got fist bumps, high fives, everything. And you know, not to try to undermine the level of the tournament, right? But obviously, like, to a bigger team like Fnatic, like, they might have felt like this was a routine win, right? Because when you're playing within that tier 2 bracket, oftentimes you're coming in as the favorites thinking that it's a guaranteed victory. But I love seeing the energy from TNL. They had something to play for, and they made the game look so damn good for it.
Specifically remembering the other boot camp setup, as I say, they're in a different place now, but you could see like the whole room. It looked like they were all set up in the living room. We just had Onyx. It was like bang in the middle of summer, just Onyx walking around shirtless, just high-fiving everybody, fist-bumping everybody. Felt like he spent more time out of his chair than in his chair, just walking around and psyching up the team. And I think sometimes that's what you need. Right now, like, going into number 6, TNL have actually taken the reins after a Tech9 force that worked out, the rebuy from 9 where they choked a 3 versus 1. TNL have not had this easy, they've not had this for free, they're fighting hard and they're getting there. They have to overcome another investment here though. 3-man stack on the B site, it seems like TNL are playing into it. Oh, big entry.
Oh, good connection from Fuzi, though. Might be exactly what the doctor ordered. Just slow them down a little bit, but he's got to recede back a bit, or he will be exposed to cave. TNL not feeling too comfortable, just running straight into the B bomb site. This little smoke being planted, though, makes it easier for Dawi to sneak forward, find a kill, and break that crossfire. Incredible work. Here comes the op-v-op duel. Fleerax missing, so does his counterpart. It'll be hard to make this 3-on-3 budge.
40 seconds. And the bomb is, I don't know, not really committed, but with no mid control, you do feel like it's far too dangerous to venture elsewhere. Kraken could easily just be sat underneath the boxes and rain on their parade. Fleerax managed to pull one off with the AWP though, so it leaves it down to Fuzi. Kraken starts to work his way up. Fuzi needs to connect these shots. 18 seconds, finds the first. Ken's able to get out and grab that bomb though. Should be able to tap it in. There's no util to deny it, and the spams won't connect. So a 2 versus 2. Fleerax posted, and this gets really awkward.
The only piece of utility being deployed. Op's gonna have to be active soon. I love that little adjustment from Fleerax. Immediately starts rotating from cave, and now it's Kieran's responsibility to buy time. Tries to go for the swing, doesn't end up working out. Fleerax already set up in position, starting to come out of cave. There's the first shot. Fuzi off the angle and quickly nailed between the eyebrows. These clutches from TNL are something else.
Wow, okay. That was pretty beautiful. When Kern wasn't able to offer any resistance at all, I thought that was a 9-round locked in, and
Twice, though.
instead...
Like, we've seen 2 rounds fall apart like this. Like, it was the Tech 9 round from Knifey, and now we get to see this. Like, it's getting a bit inexcusable for 9, right? Like, sure, it's early days, but think of how flipped the scoreline would be. And you've got to remember, CT side meta is back in action, so this kind of scoreline to begin with is not what you wanted.
It's really not. Really, really not. You look back at that round as well, you think about all of the ways you can play it that, you know, leads to a round win, and they found one of the few ways to lose it, basically. Walk into that AWP one by one, give him the opportunities. He didn't need to. Onyx gonna barrel out of mid with the Mac 10. It's only a half buy here for 9. They've got the max loss bonus. They've lost 4 in a row. Very good. Ooh, not bad. Problem is Fuzi's found nothing, so I have a man disadvantage. And that's 2 of the sort of harder hitters gone, I guess.
Just very quickly, the lawnmower against the grass. Not even around that offers any resistance at all, and this is in such contrast to what we see from TNL when they're the ones that are down, right? Like, they'll still be able to make a bit of a dent. 9, of course, start off the half very nicely. They get a couple of rounds, but beyond that point, when those Tech 9 start to activate for TNL, it has been a completely different story. So, what we've got so far is perhaps a retelling of the stories that we've been seeing already, right? Out of 10 maps, 9 have already been able to best TNL twice. The only silver lining, I would say, is the fact that 9 have done it with multiple lineups. So maybe this one's the one that cracks the code. I don't know. I'm hopeful. Got my fingers crossed.
Yeah, I am too. And you've got to remember, as you say, this is the TNL map pick. So it's not down and out just yet, but after such a great start, it's slipping away very quickly. Fast play into the A site, TNL. Free reign of this. 9 are on a full buy round. They've given a little bit too much room. A nice spam from C-Shot will at least take 1, but it's not going to deny the plant. Because now there's a fuse on this round. Good util to keep them back, but somehow disrespecting the smokes. 9 keep finding frags.
I mean, I'm glad to see that they finally broken through that, right? Because it started to look a little bit unstoppable. It started to look like nothing would make TNL crumble, and a very clean round like this one, with the only casualty being Sedge out there and being allowed to take an AWP into the next round, suddenly starts to build up your money once again. I think it's one of the talking points that a lot of analysts have had very recently. It's the fact that the CT side economy is finally serviceable, right? Before, breaking the CT side economy used to be an objective in its own, like just do enough damage so we can sort of bankrupt them, right? But now it's just a side effect of having played well enough. Oh, look at how aggressive they're getting on all accounts. 3 kills by the CTs. And very quickly, it'll be just Onyx remaining. Fuzi getting some payback for what Fleerax did before. And although it's already a fantastic half by TNL, this is quite the resurgence from 9.
Yeah, especially this one here. Foot down. I mean, to be honest, the last round too came with some real brute force. I'm not sure what's clicked, but something has. They've gone from looking a little bit sloppy to looking locked in. Comfortable conversion here, not a single casualty. It's only C-Shot that's taken a bit of damage, and that's it in exchange for 2 kills, so he'll be more than happy with that. Nothing on it can really bring to the table here. No one wants to hunt him either, which I quite like. They're The bomb is kind of obtainable. I'm pretty sure, even though Fuzi's got the deep angle, I don't think he can actually see that bomb. It's not going to make a lot of difference. Onyx just needs to be wary. If he dies after time here, it would be real awkward.
Surprisingly swimming potential exit to the end of the first half, because surprisingly enough, like, 9 have been able to bring out some resistance that we did not expect at all. Around where they keep 4 alive, then right after that they keep 5 alive. The money's starting to build up quite nicely. And the prospect of breaking TNL's bank also presents itself now, so if 9 can hold on to their horses in this round, then you might also see a 6 come off as a freebie right after.
Yeah, you'd expect it to. All depends how 9 go about this one and what they end up coming away with, whether it be a round win or whether it be a couple of rifles will all determine what the buy will look like in the next. Orb smoked off. It's been this same mid-setup round after round for 9. Get the smoke into elbow, the molly on the other side of it, but Fleerax, again, not respecting these smokes. Returns the favour, gives 9 a taste of their own medicine, shot right through. Wipes out Kragan, but with Niffy down elsewhere, puts it back into a 4-on-4. 9 have given up any kind of mid-control. They will let TNL out. Fuzi is holding the cross.
Slow progression in this round, and this is in such contrast to what we've seen before. There's been this constant battle of the rushes or something very chaotic one way or the other. And as soon as the first player drops, in the meantime, Faven's also going to start bringing it back. Coming in through from the flank, 2 kills found by Fuzi. And surely there's nothing you can do if you're in the shoes of Cairn. So another relatively clean round by 9. They had TNL wrapped around their little finger. They had Fuzi on the op angle, hitting shots consistently. They had Faven already set up for the flank. So there's not really much you can do if you're TNL.
Side up on 5 apiece then, and as you said, a likely 6th to come. They lost everybody in that last, so TNL very, very little to work with here. It is just going to be that Tech 9 and armor for on it, a couple of upgraded pistols on the rest. In fact, they've got the Deagles out, so expect some flashy shots, expect maybe a couple of kills, but not much more. Posted, Fleerax, there we go. They might even get a bomb plant out of this.
He's been looking so crisp all day today, hitting all those difficult shots, and he just continues to do it. Doesn't matter if you've got the bomb down, you still need to get the slam dunk of the round. AK posted up on the vertical angle. Difficult to hit, but not impossible. Will be collected. Onyx duck outside Donut. Left out of the duel, and they're already committed to the palm. There is nothing you can do to get them off of it. What a recovery by 9 in the half.
Yeah, that's cool. It's a beautiful shot at the start. I mean, Kragan is there for the sole purpose of just jiggle peeking out, getting a bit of info so we can deploy that smoke, and yeah, a real nasty surprise waiting for him. 6-5 either way, they give themselves a decent position at the half, and they've got an opportunity to extend that further. Maybe make it 7. Fuzi anticipating someone's come out of main. It won't be the case, and the fact that he's played in front of the smoke actually gives him the opportunity to then relay that information. If he stays tucked behind Donut and plays for the retake, then it takes him a little more time to work this out. Instead, they have got all the pieces in place. Look at this. 3 men leaning over towards this B bomb site now, and Kragan still in mid for the fast flank.
Made a twitch setup, but hard cleared. Faven doubles alright, at least brings him into an even Steven standpoint. Dawi, though, his double will be a big talking point in this 2v2. Weapons exchange hands. Kragan picks up the AWP courtesy of being lower on health. And I think Dawi's starting to get a head start. Might not be what you want to do in this position, but slightly off the angle means that he's hard to find. Slight corner in the Molotov. Taken advantage of by Fuzi. Now stuck in between 2 fights. There's the first shot. Tucks into the corner. Nearly gets it, but it's Onic to have the last laugh. And we are nowhere close to determining a winner after the first half. 6-6.
Oh, I thought 9 had the right idea there, but TNL just looking a little bit better in that last of the half. They had their moments for sure. This round here was so awkward. We'll see it on the replay. This Nifo 1v3. Horrible one to lose. They seem to have recovered reasonably well off of the back of it. It took them a while to recover, didn't it? It seems like that round was the start of, you know, things going pretty horribly for a few, but been eventful. Bear in mind, this is the TNL map pick. I think 9 have done well to take 6.5.
Okay, pistol round. Already control of the bomb site being established, but it's a retakes world. Here on the B side on pistols. Smoke starts to fade. Drawl's already in position. That Glock spam is doing some heavy lifting right there. But Fuzi's going to become part of the conversation. And this is where it becomes nigh impossible for TNL. Getting spammed by bullets over and over. Cairn does bring it back to an even standpoint, but I don't think that's going to matter. Time is already ticking down. Fuzi's in a good position. Finds Cairn. And against the 2, running out of bullets, it does seem very non-negotiable. Now, knows the bomb's already already all the way ticked down. Just trying to find a way out of there, maybe get some consolation prizes, but it is clear that 9 have already made it past the first round.
Off to a flying start then. And a tactical pause off at the back of it. It's kind of interesting. Cooking something up. Working out if TNL want to go for the buy in this second. By the looks of things, the answer to that question is yes. Niffer's already jumped in with an MP9 armor, helmet, cans brought out Kevlar. Yeah, it's not just going to be a hero investment. Everybody coming around it. Interestingly, Fleerax has dropped an M4 over. So he's going to have nothing. He's been dropped a bit of util, but he will have, you know, no Kevlar, a 5.7. It's all about buffing up Ken to see if he can, you know, have some big impact. But he's actually been the weakest link in this map so far. He's at 3 and 11. I think there's nobody worse I'd want on the rifle right now. Oh, good stuff.
Not a bad start from Knifey, but unfortunately, that's the A bomb site being given up. Dawi trying to desperately get back into business. Fleerax holding the angle with a 5.7, just hoping someone comes his way. But in the meantime, the rest of his comrades have already fallen, so no point really. I think there was a moment in time there where they could have all timed their pushes together, and maybe it would have been a bit tricky for 9 to deal with, but this is just a round that's been forked over by TNL, so pretty similar story to how we saw the first half start for 9. Couple rounds in the bank, but you know, want to make sure that they can write the rest of the half as well in the same way. See if they can recover here. Not anytime soon, of course, because money's not going to be around, but we'll see.
It's another one of those maps as well when Nife's going a little bit missing. It's difficult to single him out when, yeah, Can isn't performing either, nor's Onic, but said before, we're so used to teeing Nife up as this star player, as this superstar. Davi as well, to be fair, has been exceptionally recently, playing exceptionally well recently, as has Can, and it's just not been up to scratch. Number 15 comes with not a lot here for the defense. HG falls on deaf ears. A little bit of damage onto Favor, nothing too significant. Should be able to breeze through this one. And with the loss bonus, TNL do have some pistols and armor. Not on all 5 though, just on the trio. Spams away, not connecting. To be careful here. Oh, Flash won't take Fuzi, but the Deagle will. It's a good trade.
Okay, that is a comfortable start for 9 so far. We've seen Knifey get a 1v3 before, but under perhaps slightly better circumstances. When he's the one that has to defend the bomb, that's a totally different story than finding all 3 kills and also getting the defusal done in 40 seconds.
Yeah. He didn't even find all 3 kills last time, did he? He just delayed long enough that the bomb went boom, but delaying won't do him any favours here. I mean, the bomb will go boom, but not in his favour. He's the one that's trying to prevent that right about now. He doesn't have any option to do so.
I do appreciate that you called the fact that you think this is one of 9's better chances, because so far it does actually look like it, and I will admit, I wasn't a believer. Even though I was a believer as a child. I was bullied for it. But that's a whole different story.
I got some Tuesday motivation to send you based on that comment. It would come after this map. Yeah.
Is it that one new pic of Justin Bieber where he looks absolutely raw in the tank top?
It's not, but I have seen that as well. He's been posting a lot recently.
It's like I think it's like a midlife crisis situation.
Maybe he's just happier. I hope he's happier. Hollywood ruined him.
That is true. A much longer conversation and one that can't be had on a CS broadcast at all.
Yeah, much longer conversation. Deep rabbit hole.
Mm-hmm.
If you know, you know. We're gamers. We all know. We're all red-pilled. We're locked in. Ollie and Nade. Into the red room. Kraken's going to try and take some room off of the back of it. He'll actually play around this smoke. Less than a minute to tick. The pressure is on 9 here to try and make a move, but it's just that really powerful position from Kraken. If his teammates have any success out of the ramp, that position could activate, but it won't. Nife's there to deal with it.
It's going to be impossible to break into the site. Try crossfire setup. Nifty's already found a double, and there's the second swing. Karen's going to have the last laugh as TNL make sure that they're still relevant in this half. And you know what? I was looking at one of the charts for CT versus T distributions. I'm not sure who posted it, so this is totally like probably just misinformation. But
but we don't care.
Yeah, but we don't care because we have to peddle it on a broadcast, right? No, but for real though, I did see that the CT side is now much more heavily favored. So having like a 9-6 advantage or like 10-6 isn't exactly something to be too worried about if you're on the CT side. So I think TNL could still firmly have their fingers crossed. The money situation's gotten so much better for CTs. It's not just this this spammy endeavor allowed for the T's where they can just keep on buying up. I love this little repositioning from Onyx. How does he find this little timing? Playing the trigger discipline, that's one. What a reaction from Sejad, though. Able to nip the damage in the bud, doesn't let it get too harsh. A 5v3 to start would be devastating, so this allows...
Such a huge difference when somebody's able to just trade that fast. Stops those moments from being sort of round-ending. Instead, just instantly keeps a lid on it. Maintains a real opportunity to close out the 17th. Push themselves onto double digits. Kragan, not sure what he was shooting at there, but does actually force out a beat from Davi, who ends up with 2. Kragan will trade back. A 3 versus 2. Ollie in towards CT. Oh, God, he was ready for it, and then he looked away.
Sejad, the man responsible for the devastating refrag towards the start, left in a 1v3 now. You've got 15 seconds. Too far away from the action to make yourself relevant, and of course the bomb is on the A site, so... This is the one that you've just got to count out, brush it under the rug. TNL, of course, inching ever closer to the scoreline of 9, which, coincidentally, is 9.
Yeah, they like getting stuck here.
T-Time and I, at some point, were trying to peddle pronouncing 9 as N9, because there's a 9 and then the Ein, but we may have been told off.
Didn't catch on. Oh.
No, T-Time was directly told off by the organization on Twitter.
Right, yeah, understandable. I think it's on them, though, because, yeah, you're right. Technically, it should be N9.
Should be. You're right, E-Man J.
No, but that's just wrong, because it's men. E-Men J.
Yeah.
And even, you know, it would be weird to say it like that, because that's not how, like...
Well, you don't like men?
Phonetically pronounce words.
Come on, that's a joke and a half right there.
Get out of my head.
Okay.
But yeah, even then, if you said it like that, it'd be like, okay, yeah, fine. See a shot. Ow, oh my god. Ken sort of handed himself up on a silver platter. The AK can actually be passed along the bus, but nobody else has got Kevlars. This gets a little bit harder for Fuzi. Next up will be the Orpa though, so it shouldn't matter that the armor's lacking. Oh.
Great shots. And it just leaves Faven completely out of the picture.
Fuzi's position in there was really cool. You know, he's picked up the AK, doesn't have Kevlar, so he needs to put himself in a head angle, but there aren't really any head angles on this A-bomb site. So he kind of puts himself in the open on an off angle that only leaves his head poking up behind the default box. And yeah, I mean, if he'd have found a couple of kills there, then, you know, it would have been awesome. It would have been like, yeah, that positioning, given the circumstances, was brilliant. But yeah, he just got blown away, didn't he? TNL, a little too crisp, a little too quick on the retake.
I'm also going to point out that one of the biggest win conditions for 9 is actually popping off, is the fact that Fuzi is sitting on, what, 18, 19 kills? My astigmatism's killing me, but they're still even with TNL. That's almost a bit unforgivable, right? You would expect that when your AWP player is just popping off like that, it'd be a much easier affair. Look at this little angle, though, from Karen. Love that little boost.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's one of those boosts that I actually used quite a lot in my old ESEA games, where I'd go, like, 17 kills, 24 deaths.
Oh, is it...
Painfully mid.
Yeah, painfully mid, I was going to say. Not even... Ah, it's a bit of a whiff spray. A missed opportunity, a real shame. It's nice to see Nefus stepping up a little bit in this second half and teeing up Ken for success with that boost. C-shot, wow. Lovely double back. I mean, with 25 HP, he knows that the 1v3 is still too tall a task, surely. He evades the bullets for a second, but Onic on the reswing will catch him. 10-9. And yeah, you're right to point out. I mean, Fuzi's doing so much here. As he has been recently, I said he's been a hard hitter. He's been putting up some massive numbers since coming back into the European scene and into this 9 squad. Nobody else really matching his freak. Faven's got half his kill count. Rouse and Crag are not far from it. Remember, Rouse had a really good start to this game as well. He found 3 kills in the pistol. We saw him on like 5 or so after a couple. We're now 20 rounds deep, and he's not really added too much to that tally. It's a nade as I'm talking about him as well. Tech9s to press up here. Oh my god.
Oh wow, Dowie, Knifey as well. 2 of the TNL members fall, and if you quickly recall, this was the type of swing round that we had TNL throw into the picture in the first half to make sure that they were going to stay relevant in the game. That's how they started their own mini comeback, and now we'll be taking a page straight out of their book. 3v5, so best case scenario is actually to back off. Now TNL's still going to dip 1 toe in the water, see if they can still cook anything up. Oni's going to be close enough to try and be a problem. This swing should certainly shut him out of the picture.
It's just another example of the Tech9 being a little bit silly at times, you know. You're right, both of these big swing rounds in this map have been as a result of, yeah, just bombarding a side with flashes and running it down with the Tech9. Ooh, not quite.
Aaron kept getting in the way of Fuzi like that. That was so awkward to watch. Like, as Fuzi's trying to back off, Karen gets in his way, and then, like, as they're dropping down, as Fuzi's holding the angle, they're kind of just awkwardly rubbing against each other. That definitely got scary.
Oh, we're tied up at 10 apiece. TNL was supposed to be a little bit of a freebie in the last, and doesn't materialize. Now they're denied 11 rounds. That opportunity to extend that lead, pull closer to the finish line. Faven's gonna jiggle. Oh, misses the shot. That would have been a key one to hit for Fleerax. Missing the opportunity means that he has to create new ones, and it's only the single. C-shot trades and a 4v3. Bomb's gonna go down here.
Very crisp collections from TNL. Going to be super hard to do anything about this when you've only got a few points of health. And although I would like to think that Fuzi's probably feeling a bit hard done, but he's been really quiet on the T side. Like,
yeah, I mean, there is that to it, isn't there? He's got to wake up a little bit here in these last couple, otherwise. Yeah, you can't just lean on this crutch of I was the top of the scoreboard, because the going got tough and the rounds really counted, as you say, on this TP half, and especially in the rifle rounds. It's really gone quite quiet. Guns out again, but far from a perfect bite. 2 Galils, 3 AKs. They're going to try and burst through this elbow smoke, and Davy is ready. On the off angle, up top, awkward timing to pull out the smoke. Fire's going to go to his feet. He needs the support, and Can's here to bail him out. Now he can cross. This is going horribly wrong for 9, as 1 by 1 they crumble. That was looking like a clean lock for some mid control and an early advantage. Instead, they lose everybody. The bomb dropped in no man's land, and TNL are on to 12.
Ooh, crispy shots from Knifey there as well. First one was a little bit sloppy because he was out of position, but this one did not leave even a fraction of a second to react to. So it was a good start from 9, don't get me wrong, but they've crumpled, and TNL are so much further forward. Like, this is the issue I was talking about. Like, the CT side is suddenly so much more powerful, and TNL, of course, they looked like the better team so far. There were a couple moments where I think 9 could have actually solidified this game in their favor by not giving up the swing rounds, but then I guess you could also say the same for TNL, right? 9 have also been able to get away with a couple Tech 9 rounds, or at least one of them that we just saw. So the game does come down to thin margins. But statistically speaking, the outcome we've seen most of the time is about to occur once again. You know, interestingly enough, you and I were sort of tunnel vision when talking about the team, so we didn't get to talk about the veto too much, but I'm very interested in seeing how that second one's going to go. Of course, Ancient being a bit of a specialty for TNL, 9 are going to get to play Overpass, which has not been officially marked for TNL as of yet, or at least not in any meaningful way. First collection from 9, though. Flare Axe posted up on the angle. Double scoped all the way through. Flash, and here they come. Stuck. Awkward angle. Both duels lost, and TNL, they're not getting this done yet. Never mind. Cairn making himself so relevant, and it's just Fuzi remaining. Dawi has only one more player to find to close this game, but Fuzi wants to do the heavy lifting with the hand cannon that he's got. Footsteps incoming, sees him, and it's going to be Dawi to have the last laugh and find the final round for 9.
Wow, okay, yeah. What a recovery in that final one there. It looked like 9 were going to prolong play and just denied at the door. As you say, Fuzi going really missing in that second half. He was fantastic in the first, but it didn't really get the opportunities to find the impact with that AWP on that T side at all. A couple of pieces that were very quiet in the first half, waking up for TNL as well. And Davi putting up the numbers. He steps up at the end. He steps up nicely. It was Fleerax that was doing a lot of the lifting on their T side. Davi that came to life in the second. So your MVP there, 18 kills, but more importantly, 2,100 damage. He was inflicting a lot, and it looked good throughout. So not bad at all.
Yeah, it's a little disappointing because it finally looked like 9 were going to have the form to be able to pick something like this up. And if they did, they would have a much better showing in the next map, which is supposed to be the bread and butter of 9. So that's definitely going to be an interesting watch. Still, I do expect this game to go to a third map, so I'm very excited to see how the second one plays out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after a short break to see how things pan out. on the CT. Starting to scale up connector. Karen's already going to find victim and will start to double book it back into an A site. Don't need to take any more early duels, but he's going to take one regardless and come out on top of it. A couple more pot shots being taken. This is where you really need to start receding and call in the reinforcements. Karen still wanting to take the fight head on, sees him coming. That's the third kill for him and wants to keep himself engaged in the action, but will eventually fall. Most of the heavy lifting being done by Karen, but there's still a little bit more to do. Flareaxe finds one. Fuzi trying to get out of there, trying to put himself in a headshot angle, make that fight a little bit harder, and break it down into 3 1v1s.
That's the mission. I'm not sure he'll be able to achieve it. Such little health to work with now as he continues being tagged, and he doesn't have the bomb planted. So there's no real leverage on this one. He does land ahead, but he just has no idea where Ronick resides. And he's actually rotating up from B, so it's not like there's a threat in terms of a flank. Fuzi might be able to get a plant here. That's exactly what he's going to do. Tapping these digits default. That's pretty big. Yeah. All things considered, he should have never been allowed a plant here. TNL prioritizing the round, and they're very worried.
And a real chance as well. Like, this is a bit unforgivable if you're TNL. Crispy headshot, and there might be more in the tank. Onyx tagged down quite heavily. One headshot could do it, but it's a valiant effort from Fuzi to find a double, find the bomb plant. I think he has done all that he needed to do. They're going to be able to buy up in the next round because of his heroics, but TNL do get away with the first. Of course, before that, we are going to be coming back to the cameras for a second because I'm not sure if you've noticed, Josh, but there are some technical hiccups here. A little bit of lag that we can observe in the server. I also look quite blurry on the camera for myself. I'm not sure why, but yeah, we're disintegrating. I feel like we've got a certain Thanos in the background.
Well, we're still here. Fuzi, yeah, exceptional job, right? Out of the gates hot here on Overpass, even though they're not able to win the round, as you say, that should have been just swept under the rug. Really comfortable TNL victory, no force in the next for the 9 boys, and he's turned that around, right? He's ended up with an extra couple of kills. He's found the bomb plant. It's kind of the best you can get out of a round like that, while still losing it. So 4 kills on the bomb plant. Pats on the back go to Fuzi. They can then come out with the Galils here. If they don't make that work, then it's all for nothing. But if they do, then yeah, he's had some major impact there.
Yeah, definitely have already done like quite a bit there to protect his team. But I think TNL starting off with a round like that also tells me that they have been practicing a bit, because look at Karen's position there, right? Like, he's playing so far forward. He is almost like playing... He's not playing that pistol round unprepared. Like, this isn't a team that is turtling up on the bomb sites, just letting them come to him. No, this is a man that's willing to take the fight. And I do think we're going to see some stuff from TNL that might be a bit of a surprise. There's probably a reason why they've let that overpass pick be allowed. TNL, of course, isn't a slouch by any stretch of the imagination. We've seen them consistently progress over the year. They have been put under the microscope by a lot of analysts as well, just touted as one of the biggest tier 2 teams coming up.
Yeah, certainly one of the most exciting tier 2 teams, right? We've seen them come out of nowhere, really, aside that at the start of the year and going into sort of the tail end of last year were massively off the radar. They were outside of the top 100 to being a team that we could very well see at the major. Who's over the top? Ken, we see it for ages on our screen, but his peripheral vision letting him down. Fuzi,
I think it's also just a case of not being used to the map there, right? Because I personally would never check that angle, so I think we're willing to give everyone the benefit of the doubt based off of the experience of a level 5 like myself.
Yeah, that is an awkward one that often sort of oversighted a little bit. Big pick from Nifate. Here on long, HG's going to go in and do a bit of damage. Rouse's bullets will inflict a whole lot more. Navi in the corner, needs 2, won't connect for both, but the single keeps things possible. Just not very favourable here for Onyx. He'll realise that Drops down to the lower site. The rotation's actually coming in from 9. He could deny this plant. This could get messy.
Mike looking to set up the clothesline as they start coming in, but Faven up close with the Tech 9 is such an issue. That's a round that would have really benefited TNL if it ended up coming through. Start to build them that bit of a runway. 2-0 start could have turned into 3-0, but it was very similar to what we saw in the first map, right? We saw that the resistance being offered quite early on, courtesy of the swing rounds, but this time it's going to be 9 to do it. 9 started off 2-0 in the first half of the first map. Then they were swung on by TNL, who only had Tech 9. Guess we're seeing 9 do that, but a little earlier this time. TNL actually still electing to buy up. You've got a scout rifle in the hands of Fleerax. You've got a couple pistols in there. You see 2 Deagles, 5 7s in there. And I want to see if TNL can actually stop this onslaught. This might be a much faster push than we anticipated by 9, as already scaling up close.
I actually saw Onyx have such a good read on it at the end there. He found that second kill onto the Tech 9. Things could have got really complicated in that round. Either way, it's a brilliant entry from Fuzi. B site open for business. That C4 will go down, and this now gets a whole lot harder for sure. Not even sure if TNL really want to play in for this. By the looks of things, they're backing off. They'll hold on to these weapons for a later day, and I think they're right to do so. It would be a full eco in the next round otherwise, and whilst they're not holding on to a whole lot, you do feel that the Scout and the Desert Eagles could certainly have a greater impact in a round where, you haven't got a disadvantage and the bomb's already planted than it has right here. So I'll let this one fall away. And 9 will take the lead.
Like, head start for Sejad.
Doesn't really do anything for him.
Just a mindset, okay? You wouldn't
yeah.
understand. I like how Inferno just kind of forces you to ride on the top of a teammate's head like every other round if you're coming out of CT spawn and going to B.
Oh yeah, it's all part of it. A little speed boost. Makes me feel unstoppable. If I land a run boost and then I peek banana, it makes me feel unstoppable. Doesn't mean I ever find the kills. I still die, but
yeah, feeling unstoppable is not quite the same as being stoppable. As being unstoppable, rather.
TNL might have had a bit of that feeling here, but doesn't materialize into anything other than a nice little fade away from Ken. He does find the 1D. He's found himself an AK as well. Now, to be fair, if he knew just how low they all were, I think he'd maybe have a go at this, but with no kit, no real options, he does have to back away. It is going to be a third round for 9. They make it look pretty easy. Yeah, there really isn't. 20 seconds left to tick. Fuzi knows he needs to carve a path. He does exactly that. That smoke's going to give him some room as well to cross. Knife feet won't go for the spam. Fuzi gets so lucky with that. And now the bomb will be planted, and the scales have really tipped in their favor out of nowhere. Yeah, that's so sick from Fuzi. So sick. As I say, a little bit of luck on his side when it comes to this second frag, let's be honest, but it doesn't really matter how it comes. It's just important that it does, and having a player that can deliver time and time again in those kind of situations is exactly what you need. So keep his head high. Convert the round for his side, and now we go in to number 6, 4 for 9. And a bit of disappointment from TNL, because they're back down to another one of these kind of awkward half buys, and they're definitely going to be feeling a little hard done by. They should have had a couple more than this. They've had the opportunities for sure. What a round to be taken as well. Just the awkward pistol buy. Not only do you win it, but you end up with 3 alive and packing in some AKs to carry into the next. It's pretty perfect if you ask me. Very happy. At least they should be. For 9, there's enough in the bank to go for another buy. But if they lose it, then they will be economically broken. They won't have the loss bonus, and be a good chance for TNL to not only tie up this scoreline, but maybe even take the lead. We'll see. Fleerax, AWP, looking to get aggressive here towards Monster. Leg spotted, can't connect. It's Davi to draw first blood, though. It's favoured on short. Oh, C-shot, big kill back. Yeah. Yeah, you're right to point it out. This absolutely with how things are shaping up here on Overpass, could have been that 2-0, and I think 9 are going to be feeling that as well. You know, very aware that, yeah, had a couple of more pieces just shown up on Ancient, they'd be looking at a comfortable victory here without complications. Now, even winning Overpass means a third map, and yeah, it's an awkward place to be, especially considering that third map's Dust 2. It's a bit of a TNL staple. They've been picking into Ancient a lot more recently, but Dust 2's always been a map that they've been really, really confident with. And yeah, if we do go down to that decider, there's no guarantees for 9 whatsoever. It does have to be said, even though 9 have looked significantly better here on Overpass so far, bearing in mind this is a map that TNL don't play at all, you know, they're giving us a little bit of something here on map 2. Yeah.
Have I been muted this whole time? I think, Josh, you could hear me, so, it's one of those days, okay? We had technical issues on the server, we had technical issues on the camera, we'll be fine, right back into the game. But the point I was making there, if any professional lip syncers could make it out, was that the chance of closing it out in 2 maps was there for 9. Unfortunately, in a 3-mapper, this could go anywhere.
Yeah, it absolutely could. 9 will realise that. You were right to point out as well. Again, not sure if people were able to hear you, but it is very, very important to know that being on the CT side here, TNL, their opponent's map pick, is kind of the best opportunity to give us a decent half, and I know it's been all right so far, but not really good enough. And here's another round that looks like it is going right into the dumpster. The Ukrainian boys, it's going to be 6-2. 9 are kind of running circles around them here.
And so far, it only feels like the scoreline is going to get worse. We haven't seen any big efforts from TNL to try and take control of the pacing. Like, we've consistently seen 9 be able to scale up through Playground, up into long. Already set that sell that 2-prong push into short and long. We consistently see them fight for short towards B, fight in the waters without really having much of a contest. So if that pacing continues, we might end up seeing a half for TNL that only lets them get away with 2, maybe 3 rounds. I think this is where the responsibility on Clearax also ups the ante a bit, because Fuzi's going at 11-3. Gotta try and match the opposing opper. Especially if you're positioned defensively, if you're on the CT side.
That's not always so easy, right? But especially when you're against somebody like Fuzi, but you're right, that is always the goal. Right now, shouldn't have too much of an opportunity to do so. I thought Honor could be dead to rights there. He's actually gone 1 for 1. Again, leaves the door open for this to be possible for his teammates, but not too probable. Smoking the HE into short does do a fair bit of damage onto Davy. They'll be on a buy in this next regardless, so it is one that they'll have a go at. The problem is Flirix's AWP. He's not going to get stuck in. He'll hold up from heaven, and if his teammates have any kind of success through short or monster, then maybe he'll rock up, but I don't see him dropping down into water anytime soon, and that's not going to be the case. So, Yeah, it is going to be another round here for 9. They'll take 7. TNL on exit frag duty, and the MP9 will get hand-delivered a freebie. At the moment, I mean, economic damage isn't going to mean a whole lot here. If he can grab a rifle, then he'll be happy. Yeah, that's what he gets. He gets an AK. So it's not a bad call at all to go for the exit frags, but for 9, like, you can see by the way that they're exiting the site, they're not even bothered about whether or not they hold on to these rifles. They've got plenty of money, they've got plenty of momentum, and yeah, final couple of rounds of the half, they're good for buys.
And 9 go. Faven has a very criminal position. The fact that he's crept past might actually give him the drop on one of the players. And there it is. Onyx gonna fall. That's an entire B site is being opened up. And the desperate rotation there from the final defensive member of TNL, Cairn. I'm not sure if he's going to be able to do anything here. He knows he's in pole position to be a problem, but Fuzi, all too aware and quick to shut it all out. This has been a disaster all the way through for TNL.
I was expecting this map to go the way of 9. I wasn't necessarily expecting it to be a complete stomper. And TNL, anytime they really give us any kind of resistance is actually when they're on these weaker buys. You see a couple of nice shots from Deagles or something like that, but the gun rounds where you expect that level of composure, you expect to see better. They've given us a whole load of nothing. Nice shot from Niffy. That's about it. Kraken all traded out. 9 again, just barreling forward towards the end of the half. They're 8-2 up. They're looking to make this 10, and honestly, they've got a decent chance of doing so again. Money here. TNL back with a buy. But as I say, it's not been the weaponry, it's not been the arsenal that's been causing them the problems. It's kind of been everything else.
Bit of a back and forth skerfuffle, but other than that, it feels like before the rounds even start, they're already being drawn out. And this is something I feared towards the start of the game, Josh. It was that TNL wouldn't be able to get more than 2, maybe 3 rounds, and even that 3 is looking a bit ambitious at the moment. Bit of resistance offered by Dawi. They'll quickly realize that they're on the wrong bomb site, and there's not much they can do other than tuck these weapons into their backpacks once again. And 9, of course, on their signature number of rounds now. The biggest issue here is that you're not going to have a better chance when you step into the T-side shoes. This is only going to get worse. And with a blowout performance like the one we've seen from 9, it might just spearhead the confidence required to get them through Dust 2 as well, but I don't know. Overpass, of course, is a bit of an anomaly considering that we just see that being included into the sample size of TNL.
Yes, we do. Have a Niffy. Oh, might be hunted here. Lucky to get away with that. Very, very close to the rifle swinging and eliminating that up. But it is going to be number 12. It's going to be 9-2. TNL again with a buy, of course. But yeah, only really as a result of consistently being able to save in these rounds. And I think it gets to a point where that's not even a luxury anymore. That just becomes, like, almost sad. They've had such little relevance in any of these rounds early on that these retakes have never been viable. It's constantly just a 2v5, 2v4. One they don't want to touch. Kraken looks to spearhead things here on 8. Work his way up to party. Fleerax isn't actually on the angle. Kraken goes for a little pre-fire. Nobody's home. They'll be happy to take the space.
Oh, this little walk-up is going to be unprecedented, and Knifey has done well to survive for as long as he did. Oh, and it would be nice if they can get a little bit, to at least get the steam engine going. Crossfire about to be set up by Fleerax. He will be chased soon. Sedgeot already quite low. Fleerax is going to need help in just a moment. Nade's going to chase down Faven. He's not the right player to be connecting on. But there it is. Sedgeot wraps all the way around, finds Fleerax. And it's just a matter of time before Dawi is found as well. There's a headshot. Wow, he's doing more than he bargained for. And with only 10 seconds remaining, this might be the breakthrough round for TNL. But there is so much more that needs to be done.
Yeah, breakthrough feels ambitious, right? I'm not really sure what they're breaking through into, but it is finally a third round on their CT side. It's felt like a very long time coming. I'm not sure it's going to be enough. In fact, I'm pretty confident it won't be. As we sort of alluded to earlier, I reckon that this is going to get a whole lot harder now that they move over to their T side. Some really nice shots being hit here by Fuzi. We see this on the highlight reel. It seems to just be a bit of a Fuzi frag movie. It's 13 and 5 at the end of the halfway point. TNL are grouped up for a B here. Nobody's B. Look at this setup from 9. They've all pushed Fountain.
This is going to give them such a head start as well, especially with Fleerax not being able to find anything on the flank. Look at this adjustment from TNL. They go all the way back around, and 9 is going to expect this as well. Instead of committing to B, they see that the bomb hasn't been planted yet. And back to B we go. Bit of a Mickey Mouse round, if you will. First to A. Sorry, first to B, then to A, back to B to account for the flanks. It's like they can see each other through walls, and Knifey is going to be able to get a head start. Karen shows up his position, and 9 are starting to fall apart. This has been a really awkward round for them, but with still 2 players alive, there might be something they can do. Headshot connects. Sedgeot left all alone, and this round is all but done. TNL, I cannot believe they give themselves a fighting chance here.
We kind of see TNL flip the roles a little bit here. One of the things that makes this map CT-sided is the ability to be able to rotate between the 2 bomb sites quickly through bank, and that's exactly what we see TNL sort of take advantage of. Once they'd got out onto B, knowing that 9 had then got aggressive through Fountain and we're going to go for a bit of a wraparound, they say, well, we've got the leverage now, right? We're the ones that can bounce between the 2 sites with ease, and they're going to have to, you know, take the long way round through Connector or wrapping our monster. And yeah, they do that. They find themselves a bit of space. They get that bomb down. Now, in hindsight, I think they probably would have had roughly the same amount of space had they just committed to the B plant in the first place, but they will still hit their shots. That's the important part. Let's go over the top. Ooh, only an attempt from Vuzi, but falls on deaf ears. It's a good entry out of Ken. Try and give TNL 5.
Might see TNL slowly claw their way back into the game, who knows? Reasonable shot to do it, but I am not really holding out any hope just yet. I think when we get to that 6, maybe 7 round mark, then we can start talking about it, but honestly, the T side has been a bit disappointing overall recently, so hard to feel convinced. I've really been liking what I've been seeing from Fuzi though. Like, he is absolutely the superstar of 9 at the moment, and Sejot is good enough to be that right-hand man. Like, they have a very good like Opper and Star Rifler dynamic going on, which I think can perhaps propel this team to heights that they've not seen before.
Well, the 2-0 still on the cards. I think we, well, it was pretty obvious that they needed to win the second half pistol, but even with it, I think we kind of chalked this up a little bit. If TNL can find some momentum and get into their groove here in half number 2, then maybe we're wrong to do so. Let's see. Number 15. It's just going to be pistols here for 9. I can't imagine they get much out of it. We'll likely see this scoreline go 9-6. It'll be the next round that really counts. We have seen our fair share of sort of awkward round losses like this recently, though, so I'll keep an open mind, and I think TNL need to keep 1-2. Stay locked in. Will they have heard that sound cue? Fuzi did just make a jump. Yeah, they're flashing him. They're going to hard clear this. There's 3 waiting, 1 playing Ansi. Not a bad trade. Oh no, this is all going wrong.
Oh.
Ooh.
I can't believe we're still seeing this. Haven doesn't exactly have a big chance to do it, but if he can tuck his head in behind one of these little slabs, I'd be able to do something here. Instead, he elects to try and find 2 1v1s, looking for that second player. He plays around the smoke. We could see something here. Oh, there's the first head, but found by Knifey through the smoke. Okay, so 6 rounds for TNL. Unfortunately, what they've done on these gun rounds has been not very convincing.
Yeah.
Like, even with just pistols, 9 are able to get so close, man.
Yeah, it doesn't fill you with confidence, does it? I'm sort of in the same boat. Creates this weird sense of doom. Now that 9 have got the big guns out, this should be where they just draw the line. Don't allow TNL anything more. Good early util damage. Cannon Flare Axe already limping. 60 points of health on both. Spam back and forth.
Bit of a back and forth here, but 25 seconds remaining and no blood has been drawn yet. Sejot's position is going to have to be everything. He needs to find them. He needs to cut the blood supply off before they can make the rotation happen. And in the meantime, Nine's B-side defenders are also doing some heavy lifting. Krogan's already found the first, and they just need to delay this long enough for the bomb to be disallowed. There it is. That's the spray we're looking for. And Flareax and Cairn completely left out to dry. Double booking it. They're going to chase right after this AWP. Can't drop it after time, but enough work has been done.
Yeah, that was rock solid. Double digits for 9, and more importantly, just getting back to winning ways as soon as they've got the weapons out. Onyx taking his time to work out what he wants to invest, but yeah, it has to be a Tech 9. No one's got money to drop him, and he didn't have enough for a Galil. So it was that or a Mac 10, and whilst it's a difficult decision, it's one that he has to make. C-Shot now patient.
Onyx had a really good position here. He might be able to catch the off guard. He does. Fuzi down. Knife is going to be taken out of the picture as well. So one of the best chances for TNL to not only get past in terms of the rounds, but also break the economy of 9. Let's see if they can actually commit to this. Rawls waiting on the other side. They're going to go right past him. They're expecting Rawls to be there now. And Rawls still somehow doesn't get the short end of the stick there, even though he blows his cover a little too early. Why is it still making this round very problematic? 1v3 in the cards. Dowie needs to try and isolate this. Sees the second player, but will be caught off guard. If they catch Rawls there, I think that's a TNL round, but 9, they want to get this done quickly so they can move on to Dust 2.
Yeah, it seems to be the game plan here, and they're headstrong and dead set on it. Even through the smokes and whatnot, easy enough for the picks. It's been really, really confident. 12 rounds should be coming here in the next. I can't imagine that TNL offer too much up in terms of fight back. Yeah, it's just going to be the Tech 9s. Again, we saw 2 rounds, 2 major swing rounds actually on Ancient that were won by the fast Tech 9 plays, so I'll continue to give them the credit they deserve. There's a long way to go here. 5 in a row needed just to tie things up. 7 to close this out in regulation. I think it's too much for TNL. They've really struggled to win convincing rounds in any shape or form here on this map. I do feel like the ones that have come have been, you know, 9 having no money, or TNL being a little bit lucky in certain scenarios. HE, mega damage. Rubbing salt in the wound. Bad situation here for TNL. Nade stack towards Monster. No one's home. TNL just have to burst now.
Rawls finds a little gap in the smoke, disallows the bomb plant, and now TNL are just stuck once again. Krogan's gonna turn up. Puts a bullet into Knifey's head, and honestly, it's just a matter of time before TNL crumble. Like, after that horrid CT start, it seemed pretty clear that this was going to be a 9 victory. And a much more convincing affair than what we saw in TNL's own map pick. Now, of course, the silver lining here, the caveat that, the copium rather, that TNL can have here is that this isn't their own map pick, and it's a map that they really haven't played much before, right? I think they've played it once, but
yeah,
there's definitely some work that needs to be done here. I'd also like to point out that TNL is a new enough team as a whole that they don't have exposure to pro play ever on Overpass.
Yeah, this is something I was talking about with. I covered a couple of overpass games this week between FUT, so the guys, the old Navi Junior squad, and Spirit Academy, and then this was like a big talking point of like some of these players are actually young, like so young that they have no exposure to pro overpass whatsoever. So it's not just as simple as some of the veterans, like for someone like Rouse, he's got years of experience calling here on overpass, and the map's gone unchanged, so you can sort of dust off the old strat book a little bit. Makes it very easy to pick up.
I'd also like to point out that Overpass is one of the most timing sensitive maps ever in the map pool. I think it falls right in line with a map like Nuke. So you do need to be well versed on a muscle memory level rather than just like a macro strategy level.
That just takes
so many different angles and boosts and things like that. And
yeah,
this one's over.
Ooh.
I think.
Ooh, yeah, I don't know. Hang on a minute. C-Shot's got himself a powerful position if they want to come back towards A, but that's not going to be the case. Does seem like the bomb's dead set on B. Kragan needs to be the one to stop it in its tracks, and he will. Look at this. Just one by one, pokes his head over and dishes out the goods. Really, really comfortable there from 9 as they just make incredibly light work of their map pick. Fuzi again. they need to start playing Inferno, otherwise they're going to have some issues there. But for now, they are able to lean on the crutch that is this third and final decider map, and hopefully get it going their way. We actually open things up with a tactical pause here from 9 before going into the pistol. I'm assuming that this is just a technical. We're hearing clicks in the chat and whatnot, but if it is a tactical pause, it's kind of wild, and well, we're underway. Maybe really cooking something up for us. I don't know. 10 minutes wasn't enough.
Yeah, you need 10 minutes and 20 seconds for a real good strat.
Exactly. That's what I'm thinking.
And a technical pause. Now you're about to see something crazy. Prime Astralis.
You can do the cinnamon swirl. Watch it. They're gonna go B tons through lower, back up mid,
Out Ivy, through middle.
through middle, through our connector, and then they're gonna go back up mid again into the T-spawn, and then B tunnels again. But then that time they're gonna go on to B. But then they won't commit to B. They'll push through doors and they'll catch out the CTs that are rotating. But this doesn't make sense because 9 are on the CT side. Yeah, I don't know. They've overcooked it. The kitchen's on fire. And we're underway with a pistol.
Pretty slow way to be defaulting. Early smoke deployed towards middle, but most of the action from TNL is destined to go towards long. They start to give the impression that this is going to be more focused towards middle, and that is going to leave this long area relatively underdefended. Dawi, if he turns the corner, he's going to meet certain death. Turning around, instantly refrag, but problem is that 1-for-1 is actually just fine if you're the short player. You had 3 players committed to the cause, and there's still 1 to deal with in Ninja. These dualies really need to be popping off, though. Jump shot attempts unsuccessful, and he's going to serve as enough of a distraction for the rest of his team to start moving in, but they're all going to fall like bowling pins as TNL get away with the first.
Yeah, they can't find any route back in there, 9. They just get overrun by the Glocks. It's so often the case. Not just on a map like Dust 2, but in general, as soon as they're able to close that gap, if you're not taking those longer engagements, and you're kind of forfeiting that advantage that the USP inherently comes with, things get a whole lot trickier. Round number 2 underway. Here's going to be a force out of 9, but not too much behind it. I'm kind of surprised that they go for a force by here as well, with just like such little success in the pistol round. They fancy their chances. He's going to work his way up towards the top of mid. Oh yeah. See you later. Fleerax has got their number.
Kroggins, of course, just swinging for consolation prizes. Not that he's going to be able to find anything. It's TNL against a ghost bomb site. Everyone's starting to take their way towards A.
It's been a monumental flop from 9 on their force bite, effort, attempt, whatever you want to call it. It wasn't really much of anything. I'm going to save that scout by the looks of things, or maybe he won't. Yeah, Onyx is hungry for it. They run the risk of losing one of the rifles for no real gain, but it didn't even feel like there was much of a risk anyway. They took the calculated approach and said, nah, let's just go and blow his head off. That's exactly what they do. 2-0 TNL breezing through. 1 casualty in the opening 2 rounds. And that theme should continue as well, as they will just be up against an eco here. This is as good a start as you could really ask for.
Ooh, double kills from Cairn. Everyone's trying to take their hand at the firing gallery. The second warrior will fall. And that is a surprising amount of damage being done by 9, all things considered. Weapon's going to be brought out now. Fuzi, not the hot start that they've been consistently getting before. Having your hands on the big guns now should change their tune.
I might have jinxed them with the whole idea of this being an opportunity for them to just sort of keep everybody alive and maintain that very, very one-sided stat line, but they're taking a few extra casualties. Let's make things a little bit awkward. We go into round number 4, TNL. They are still 3-0 up, so heads held high. A couple of reinvestments needed in the one prior. So Fuzi's AWP has to contest with Fleerax now. He's consistently been the better sniper throughout this series so far. There is definitely time to turn that around though, and frankly, it doesn't matter who's been the better sniper in the series so far because it all boils down to this. If Fleerax has one better map, that's all that counts. HE's going to blow the smoke open. Flashbang out, Fuzi. Holding for the cross, but he's lost Rouse in the meantime.
Login kill found important as well, Fuzi. Can't believe he's able to thread such an awkward fight. Faven's still making it possible. But back to the 2v2. Dawi has to be responsible for getting this bomb down as his teammate secures his body. Shadow spotted, but Fleerax still a little faster on the angle. Nate should get the job done, maybe. No, awkward fight for Faven, gets stuck. And Fleerax is doing everything and more. Double kills found, awkward angles as well. For TNL to be able to get their 4th round on the board. Now look at what the finances are looking like now, Josh. 9 are left hanging out to dry. You're not going to have all the bells and whistles if you commit now, so very likely that they buy down to 2,500.
Starts to take a hit on that morale as well when you're losing rounds like that. You know, it's the first one of the game so far, or at least the map so far, so you take it on the chin, but a couple more. It does start to leave a little bit of a mark. A scorch. Faven gave that a really good go. I feel hard done by that he couldn't finish it off. So, 4-0. Continuing this little streak. TNL hope to make it 5. For 9, there's no AWP again. Fuzi has to go without in this round. Rouse is down to the MP9. He hasn't had a single kill so far. He's struggled to find any kind of damage. TNL a little bit slower here.
Oh, look at this try setup right here. I thought it would work a little bit better if I'm not gonna lie here. Cairn, though, in from lower tunnels, makes this fight nigh impossible for them, and now Fuzi's trying to back off with the Molotov. Gets caught, they're gonna run right through it. Fuzi gets a kill from the graveyard regardless, but this is a round that might already be over. Before they can even get the retake started, Sejot's already down to his last legs, and Faven, the only healthy player, would have to look for a triple, and they're already running for the hills. What a contrast.
Yeah, it feels like it comes out of nowhere. But again, when you contextualize it, the fact that they play Dust 2 and they really like Dust 2 and they don't play Overpass, they really don't like Overpass, it does start to make a little bit more sense as to why we see this sort of major disparity. Because I don't know, it wasn't necessarily... I mean, it did kind of feel like all of the gunfights were going Nine's way as well. It wasn't just a sort of overall coordination and positioning level, but I think, you know, the timings and whatnot that you were talking about come into play quite heavily too. So some of those awkward moments where, remember, early doors, they went for the slide boost. I think it was Can that just wasn't anticipating it at all. Not being caught off guard, not being caught with their pants down at all here on Dust 2 so far. Been absolutely flawless. They want to keep it that way. Fleurax hasn't died yet. Boosted up on his teammate's head, looking for the opening, but expecting someone to try and play through the doors. He sticks around for quite a while. So again, Nine will be happy to take the control towards long.
Into the B-bomb side we go, Faven. Heavy lifting needs to be done, but he can't find a double. Immediately falls, and that's the B side already cracked open 9. They've got 0 rounds to their name, and they still, before they can even get to work on that retake, they still have to hunt for the rat in the grass. Suzy's finally going to take care of the short player there, and now they can get a bit of a head start. Bomb not really halfway take down, so they might still want to take a crack at this. Fleurax trained on the angle here on window. Flashbang avoided. They're going to come in through very soon. They've got enough money for the next round, so I think they will. But they need to act soon. No kits available. Do they move in late? Fleurax, there's the kill. And this is the call off.
Oh, yeah, I mean, they do call it off, but then they stick around, and it means they get nothing out of it. And that's kind of the thing. This is where a bit of decisive action is important, because the B site is always near impossible to retake, right? So you're either committing to it and giving it a go and leaving yourself enough time, and therefore you've got a good chance of winning the round, or you're not. And if you're not, then get out of there, because economic damage at this point, I mean, to be fair, will have an impact on TNL, despite the fact they're 6-0 up. They actually don't have loads of money in the bank. However, for 9, yeah, I think their own cash sort of takes priority. Boozy. At least it should. That's a brilliant shot to get things going, though. That's Onyx down, as he can't cross out along. 9 have really had this long position under wraps. Once again, they'll put their foot down. Can TNL claw this back?
Very slow progression from TNL this time. They've been usually getting opening frags quite soon, but this is going to be a tough cookie to crack. Slow burn into the B site. Surely 9 want to get a head start on this, right? They have 2 players already in B. They're bringing the rotations in over as well. Kieran's going to let the first one cross, and he might have to be the difference maker here in the meantime. Like, he's making it work on mid. There's 2, and Fleurax finds the final one. It's Kieran with a triple on mid. The superstar lurk that keeps DNL's engine going. 7-0.
And now there's been some real vulnerability shown in the 9 camp. You know, they had the man advantage, and they were able to run that clock down real low. There should be no excuse for losing a round like that, and the fact that they do is gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt big time. I mentioned earlier about, you know, missing out on a couple of those clutch opportunities, a couple of those moments, and yeah, it's those that hurt. They hurt a lot. Tactical pause, and I'm not surprised. I don't blame them. Feels like a very important time to take a step back. See if they can fix these issues. Low buy for them here, so I can't imagine much change to happen here in the 8th.
You can see signs of desperation from 9, right? Look at this kind of setup that they're bringing to the table. Putting 4 players on long just to try and maybe sneak away around this way. Can't blame him. No resources. Slowly scaling up short. Now, there's going to be a ton of info that the LT player can grant to them, but he's not going to push far forward enough to make that happen. And by the time the short push comes in, the long players have already rotated over. This has already been dismantled before it starts. Fuzi, though, could still be a problem. No, he's going to be cooked to a crisp. Karen is doing some work, and Dawi steps into the action as well. If 9 stuck to their guns for a little longer on long, that could have been a problematic duel to get past, but this game has TNL's name written all over it. An 8-0 scoreline now on the T side. Perhaps they might make Overpass look like just a speed bump in the way of things.
And again, it's all just ifs, buts, and maybes for 9, isn't it? It's opportunities missed out on. I really did think that they would be the slight favourites in this game, given their current form, but history just repeating itself, showing that TNL are that thorn in the side of 9 that they just can't seem to get out. They've got the tweezers, they've been trying at it for the last 4 months. And TNL are just wedged in. Onyx smashing another head. Fleerax does miss the shot, gives C-Shot an opportunity. Oh my god, that is filth. The site's still lost. The bomb's going to go down, and look at this late lurk into top mid. This could be huge.
Okay, 2 kills found. Bombs will halfway take down. If you can just quickly get onto the side, get something done. You can tell that 9 are getting so damn tired of this, but Onyx through the smoke. Oh boy, this is... You can't see this, but I am physically facepalming.
Thanks for letting us know. I'm imagining it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. 9-0. They're just showing no signs of slowing down here. And I think sort of one of the big things too is every single time, even when they're at a disadvantage, when you think about the amount of rounds that 9 have found the opening picks, or they've, you know, had major numbers in their favor to get things going their way. And TNL have been able to pull it back. Just makes them feel unstoppable. Smoke back into long, but still... Man advantage here for the T side. For 9, it's an MP9 and a pistol alongside Faven's M4. They've got all the pieces in the right place there. They've rotated up onto the A site. Davi's entry, absolutely key. Ooh, and he makes a mess of it. Hang on. Maybe a chance here.
Oh? What? A headshot as well? Okay.
Oh.
At some point, I just had to clasp my hands together and start praying, and I think it worked for a little while, but then it didn't. A 10-0 start is just devastating, dude. Like, this isn't a start. Like, calling it a 10-0 start seems like a practical joke. Like, the game's almost over.
Yeah, it could be a 10-0, beginning, middle, and end. I mean, it's another one of those opportunities there as well, you know, where, okay, it wasn't a round that they were supposed to be winning. I don't think you can feel too hard done by that you don't take it. But if you add those all together, you add together those sort of 1v1 situations, we've seen a couple of those, you add together the rounds where they had the big advantages and they choke, we would be seeing 8-4, maybe? Maybe even 7-5, and, you know, all of a sudden you've got a very competitive and viable game on your hands. But if every single time those situations arise, they don't go your way, this is the result. And it's looking like an 11-0. It's laid out in front of us. Boozy. Oh, can't even connect. Wow. A 4K out of Nife. That's against a buy as well. And there is just no resistance offered up. No friction from 9 whatsoever. They look done here for us. I don't see any route back in for them.
I mean, there's still one thing they can do, right? It's the good old disconnect in console.
Oh, yeah. They'll have the last laugh.
Mm-hmm. At least that way you quit the game on your own terms. Dude, nobody's broken past double digits, and Rawls is going 0-11. This might actually be the worst Rawls performance we've ever seen in the history of Rawls.
Of Rawls.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. And it's crazy to think that they could have done this in 2 bites as well. You know, they were very close to winning Ancient, and had they have done so, I think they absolutely still would have taken Overpass. They looked much better there. Oh, well, there's the first Rawls kill, so he won't go down in this game without a single
You ready?
Oh, yeah, baby. I'm ready for the highlight
Classic
reel,
frag movie, yeah.
Yeah. If they now lose this round, then... you know, there's no hope. But
yeah, like I feel like 9 need to lose this round to make a statement that it wasn't Rawls' fault. He got his designated kill this time.
He did his bit.
His state mandated kill.
He's been behind on payments.
Mm-hmm.
The bailiffs came knocking at the start of number 12, and he said, "All right, I give you 1."
Oh, Flarex heard that.
They've actually got room here, kind of. If they can get this
what
kill
a
onto
bad
Faven.
flag.
Oh, it's a
They
shame.
just don't have much time. Okay, so not an entirely barren half, but it's the bare minimum to not count as barren.
Yeah. Definitely not good enough. If they can say, why am I even entertaining this? We can have a conversation in like 5 or 6 rounds. If they win the pistol and they continue following it up. I did see a game the other day that was pretty nuts between Foot and Iberian Soul, where Foot went 10-0 up on Nuke, and then they lost the final 2 rounds of the half. It went 10-2, and then Iberian Soul brought it all the way back. It went triple OT, and they won. So there is that. But I don't think it's going to happen again. And I think kind of a bit of a theme in that game was for Iberian Soul, even though, you know, they... oh, God, we're straight on the way with the pistol round. Okay, yeah, no, ignore everything I was saying. Ignore everything I was saying. I was going to say, despite the fact that it was 10-0, it felt like they actually had a fair bit of equity in the game, and it was only a matter of time before they started pulling some rounds together. This just doesn't feel like that at all. 9 are down and out.
this is as close to a GG as anything comes. But I will say, didn't the Mongols have like a crazy comeback to make it to the finals against Spirit? Like are we
One
going for
time.
that much of a stretch?
I'm not, but if you'd like to,
Okay.
then
No, I think I'll
I'll
hold it
support
out.
it.
I think I'll save my ambition for some other day.
Yeah, it feels like you get like one or two of those a year, right? Where you're allowed to make some crazy ass call that there's going to be some ridiculous comeback, and yeah, you don't want to burn it.
Mm-hmm. If you wanna put your caster's curse to good use, then you have to save your magicka.
What?
I can't burn through my one burning prediction, okay?
Fine.
I'm saving it for a later date. I would say a rainy day, but there's a thunderstorm outside my house. So
Saving it for the big day that a Pakistani team make it to deep stage in a qualifier or something.
I like how you didn't even like talk about a main event. You just say deep stage in a qualifier. That's
Oh, how else are they getting to a main event, bro? VRS. They gotta grind the qualifiers first.
Yeah, we are inches away from this game being over. Just a final few insults being added to the tally. The AWP of Flareaxe not even having to do the heavy lifting, but happy to do it regardless. The Eagle's not going to connect, and that is it. TNL could stand for total annihilation as 13-1 closes out the game. I'm not sure why we went to a third map. Like, either 9 could have closed it out 2-0, TNL could have closed it out 2-0, right? Both teams, surprisingly enough, were in a position at some point to do it. But all the way to the third map, there is no doubt about who the better team was on an aggregate level. Rawls ends that game with a singular kill. A devastating defeat for the man. And there you have it, the MVP. I think Flareaxe being able to push the envelope against Fuzi is honestly very impressive.
Disappointing on all levels. Can put all the blame on Riles, even though he is the captain. And things have not been called very well, I guess, on those two, but nobody was delivering. And TNL, yeah, I mean, it comes down to the fact that Overpass was thrown in the middle there that I think puts us down to that decider. Because if it was any other map, I reckon
TNL just don't play it.
Exactly,
that's the issue. Like TNL just don't play it, or we would have seen something completely different. Of course, we do have quite a few more games to go, right? I mean, for the right side of the bracket, we've got Bet Boom. We've got Bet Boom Bet Click, and then we've got Ecstatic versus HOTU, and there is a whole another stacked side on the left side as well. Of course, Fnatic, having lost Season 1 in the finals, are looking to inch towards that again. They want to try it. BC Games going to be another big one, right? I think everybody wants to watch what Simple Ents, of course, have been on the rise as well. So there's just so many different storylines. I think Spirit Academy is one to watch as well. So there's definitely many storylines that are going to unfold in Season 3. And how you were talking about Season 2 mostly ended up being like an academy sort of situation, I think it is the stage of the Goliaths for Season 3. Like, I think you've got the German storyline of Big, how they've kind of been spiraling out of control recently, but, they still have had appearances in big tournaments, so there's a lot of pressure on them. You've got Spirit Academy, who need to now rebuild after the loss of their star player. You've got BC Games Simple. You've got Fnatic having that revenge arc coming in, and I'm starting to even forget the rest of the names on that list, right? So there are so many wonderful storylines to unfold. Yeah, it's going to be a real fun one, Josh. So you got any closing thoughts for me before we throw it over to you and Atro for the second game?
It could be pretty cool if we, talking of these storylines, if we saw a Fnatic TNL rematch in the finals.
Yeah.
That would truly be a storyline, right? A grudge match for the ages. Up our last season here, I think, of the year. But that is going to wrap things up for our first series of the day, at least. We've got another banger to come your way. That's going to be me and Atro bringing you through that game around about 25-30 minutes time. So go grab yourself a drink and a snack and join us back here for that 1 p.m. CEST. It should be
These are names that have gone through Ecstatic's roster and have definitely made a huge impact, and still are to this day. We all love the name Nut, but his performance on the server as well is one to talk about, right? Even though he's just landing 1.04 in the past 3 months, even that is more than enough out here to stay consistent for the team and to get them wins. And Lele is helping out Syra time and time again to help him out on that top of the leaderboard with the fragging potential. And TMB has just been a really good IGL here overall for the team, for Ecstatic, ever since he joined like 10 months ago. So Ecstatic is a really consistent roster, I'd say, that have been doing a good job as of lately to keep their place in the tournaments, keep their place in the invites, but they have been hitting a higher ground out here up against teams like Liquid, up against teams like Fnatic, Parivision, right? This higher level of opponency does prove to be a problem here for Ecstatic, so we'll see if that's going to be an issue with HOTU, even though I don't necessarily believe so.
Nutnut's become a bit of a tank top gamer recently as well, which has been interesting to see. But yeah, he's been putting up some good numbers. Analele generally the man to look out for. He's the one that's expected to have the big impact and put up the most in terms of the kills on the server. But depending on what maps we see will depend on Christu's relevance. And that was actually in my head before the veto came up. Now the veto has come up, and my god, it is probably the 3 most potent maps that you could imagine an AWP on. And therefore, yeah, I am going to be looking at Christu. I'm going to be looking at Christu and Frontails to be sort of dictating these maps and this game as a whole. And if either one of these snipers can have an exceptional performance and best the other, then I think that's going to give one of these two teams a big advantage.
I also think this is going to be a big battle of IGLs, right? Because besides Dust 2, which is again that puggish map that we all know, it's down to Train and Overpass, a punish pick for both of these teams, because Ecstatic have only played a single map of Overpass and HOTU have only played a single map of Train. So coming into this one, second player you have to watch out for to be in a good position right now mentally is going to be that IGLing role. For Ecstatic TMB, for HOTU, it's going to be Duke. And Duke usually likes to focus on his individual more than the entirety of the team. There's a lot of free space and free will out here on this HOTU roster currently. Even though Kadeo is helping out quite a lot with his experience that he is bringing in, Duke still technically is going to be fulfilling that IGLing role. So a lot of the times you might be seeing slower rounds out of HOTU. You might be seeing a lot of mid-round calls being made out of them, which is going to be proving to be a tad bit of a difficult task if you're going on over to a train that you've only played once, right? So this best of 3, I definitely do presume that we're going to get to Overpass. I definitely can see that possibility coming through as the decider into a 2-1. But all pointers right now lead to Ecstatic having a pretty good chance at a 2-0. So let's figure it out here as the first map is going to start. Dust 2, ready to go. It's been set up. Josh, let's see what we've got to work with.
It's kind of interesting that HOTU have got this shallow pool. They're only playing 5 of the 7 at the moment. The same kind of goes for Ecstatic, but that so often is in the form of teams having not picked up Overpass yet. Yeah, because they played Anubis, they still have their permaban, they've not transitioned into Overpass. But for these guys, yeah, there's the vulnerability in Train, and I think that scares me a little bit as we go into map 2 potentially. We'll see. It all comes down to whether or not Ecstatic can get the ball rolling here on this first map. That's Dust 2, of course. 4-man stack over towards Long, 2 being pulled back to the site. HOTU are about to walk straight into this trap. This could get nasty.
But indeed, it's a great stack out here for Ecstatic, but the question is how fast can they get back to that bomb site once HOTU do start putting up that smoke for elbow and the flashes overhead, looking for TMB. Oh, I forgot about this view model, and I absolutely love it. Back to playing a little bit of Quake. Let's see what TMB can pull off, as Anlele is going to be the first one to start off the engage, trying to walk up into the bomb site. HOTU do make space, and that's the kills you want. Syra, only good for 1, was expected as so much more from that goose position, and because of that now, Nutnut's left in a 1v3 retake attempt that's almost unwinnable here for him. He's on dualies as well, so tough to fight on the longer range battles. HOTU push through a 4-man stack on A to still manage to somehow get that bomb down and get away with the man advantage.
That's ridiculous. They've pulled this off and they're about to dish out the finishing blow. There we go. Takes a little longer than I think they would have hoped, but not going to matter. Things will be cleaned up. Lampada with a nice little two-piece there as well. HOTU with the pistol round. And, you know, 3 players staying alive. Bomb going down. Really the best you could ask for. Over on the side of a static, they're going to go for a force. We've been seeing this CT force up more and more recently in round 2. They've got to try and make it work. Otherwise, they will give HOTU an easy opportunity for a 3-round start. Frontails. Far too slow with the scout. They're going to walk into another long stack. Oh.
Did hear him. It doesn't matter though. Flashes from
Oh, God.
Lampada absolutely blind the CT side. That's what you want to see out here for HOTU. Ecstatic, not even a chance into the round, not even a single frag made. Mizu stays alive on 6 HP, and HOTU pull through a really quick 2-0 out here to deny that force buy as well. So Ecstatic definitely not starting things off as they had imagined.
It's been awkward. Back-to-back rounds where they stack up on long. The first time, it's an A hit, and with 4 pieces in place, they still can't provide any real resistance. And the second time round, MP9 hits the dink. You think, okay, well, swing for the trade, no trouble. Instead, they spam a whole load of their bullets into the smoke. They kind of get caught with their pants down and overrun. This has been very tidy so far for HOTU. Lampada, Kado, Mizu, all yet to die, and I can't imagine that theme will change here in the third. HE, the only real blow that could, you know, have any kind of impact, allow the pistols to have that one-hit headshot potential. It doesn't happen. Now they're just being hunted.
So let's talk a little bit from a top-down view, right? We got to see the map veto. We recognize there's technically 2 actual punish picks going on out here into the map veto, and one of them isn't on map number 1 that you usually get to see out here on Dust 2. So if HOTU do manage to pull through a good first map out here and maybe take it away, how are we going to be feeling like they're going to be going around about the place here for the remainder of this, right? Because if Dust 2 goes well, and Ecstatic don't really seem to prove themselves in the individual front, which Dust 2 always brings out of these players, right? It's a very individual focused map. If you can hit your shots, you basically win the map. How is that going to work for a map like Train? Because if Ecstatic don't shoot shots well, but they're still able to outcall HOTU on that Train, then you start wondering, is that going to be enough? Are the calls really going to be enough in the preset games out here, the preset strategies? Will that be enough to get Ecstatic the round, or are HOTU just planning on trying to out-aim Ecstatic? I guess that's what we're about to find out here. Finally though, a good shot out of the man you pointed out to, Christo, on the op. As he picks it up, manages to take down the head of operations here for HOTU. It is going to be his T side, walking in towards A, searching for an opening shot, does manage to find it. Yeah, it comes a little bit late. Mizu taking down the sights. And it's a 3v4 onto the A bomb site. That is going to give us a bit of a slower plant than HOTU would have liked.
Well, they will still get this bomb down, but yeah, retake's going to be hot on their heels. We can explore your question a little bit further after this round. Lampada's got to play whack-a-mole, but the smoke makes this a little bit harder. Sierra catches out the long lurk. Now it is Lampada and Frontails that have the weight of the world on their shoulders, but they are handling that heat beautifully. Lampada still on the head angle. Sierra has to return the favor, and he does. Looking for a little upgrade, but he can't find a kit. He needs to hurry up here. Sierra.
Sarah?
What?
Syra?
What?
What?
That is ridiculous. That is ridiculous, Adro. He had more than enough time to get onto the site without the kit. He then starts looking for a kit for no real reason, and then that's what doesn't give him enough time. That is horrible.
That is horrendous. Yeah, I think one of his teammates just told him, yeah, I dropped the kit, but maybe a grenade, something blew it out of there. He couldn't find it, was stuck into a corner, or just clipped through the ramp. We won't ever know if it was even there to begin with. Syra, searching for ghosts, loses the round for Ecstatic, and that's HOTU on 4. They absolutely must be ecstatic after that too, right? You see your enemy having a 1 round, you put your hands in your head, you're thinking, okay, we're starting to have a Will Sire have a bit of a problem now that Ecstatic are coming back into the game, and he's just running away from a planet bomb. That is insane.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to cause a little bit of a sort of breakdown, make some waves here in the Ecstatic defense, because that is just such a frustrating round to lose. I'm in the same boat as you. I was thinking exactly the same thing, that somebody's calling, oh yeah, I've dropped a kit on the cross. And rather, you know, sometimes you need to have that very fast critical thinking of, do I need the kit? No. Okay, I'm just going to go and defuse. Yeah?
Yeah.
But it's very sort of overwhelming, and especially as a young player, you hear somebody say, and we're really speculating here, but you hear somebody say, oh yeah, I've dropped the kit, and it's like, oh yeah, I'll grab it, like, just in case, you know. Resistance being put up on the bottom site, though. Nice kill from Nut, but I can't imagine it materializes into a whole lot more, as everybody else shuts it down. Frontails with a couple of nice shots as well, coming to life with this AWP finally. It's going to be 5-0. You know, before, I was going to say, I really don't expect HOTU to win Train, because it's a map that they don't play. Now, it came up in a series against IHC, and they destroyed them. It was 13-3, right? But my thought process to that was, oh, well, they wouldn't have picked it, you know, and then it just becomes this sort of glass dome where people are then scared to sort of pick it into you because you played it that one time, you performed well, but it's not one that you ever really float. However, they actually picked it in that series. Now, it was a bit of a punish pick as one that they knew IHC weren't very good on themselves, but yeah, it does kind of create this interesting dynamic, because you would never pick into a map unless it's one that you are putting practice time into. So I can't help but feel that yeah, HOTU are maybe a little bit more prepared on Train than they're giving off.
It would make sense with their map veto, right? Since they've always left it open on Mirage there. Not on Mirage, what was it that they always left open? Inferno, right? That they always ban away. And not really playing that much overpass, only 6 maps. I mean, yeah, it would make sense for them to have secretly been practicing a little bit of Train as well. Do want to mention though that HOTU have sent it down to A 6 times, and 3 out of those times Ecstatic had a stack. They still managed to get through it. It's a 5-0 here for HOTU, and finally on the beginning of the round, both Frontails and Duke start off with low HP, so you could say an advantage here for Ecstatic. We go once again into this A bomb site, and Lele in old Cyrus positions out here on Goose, looking to try to do a little bit more than he did before. Kadeo, great headshot though, takes out TMB, and the bomb won't be planted. Ecstatic deny, and finally might be able to put up the first round on the board.
I don't know, you're talking about the numbers and, you know, the amount of times that Ecstatic have had this bomb site stacked and still held it down. Even when Ecstatic did pull ahead, they said, you know what, you can have it anyway. Right here, yeah, they will lock in. They will put their first. A little bit better, I guess you could call it. I'm still not looking too optimistic for Ecstatic yet, but you know, this is a crucial time to sort of turn the tides a little bit, isn't it? If HOTU had taken 7-8 rounds, then it would be really problematic. 5 is nothing to brag about yet. So yeah, if Ecstatic are able to convert into this next one here, now they do have to go up against another full buy. That's a result of 5 rounds in a row and economy that builds with it. But if they are able to win this next round, then they've got a real opportunity to sort of close this back up, and they can brush off the rocky start here on Dust 2 quite quickly.
Indeed they could. With that being said though, Christo needs to perform. Again, the upper player. I'd say Dust 2 is maybe, out of this map veto, the one map where you're allowed to not have the best of performances on that AWP, seeing as it is the first map, trying to come in together into your aim, trying to get warmed up, and the fact that out of the 3 maps, it's kind of the worst one when it comes down to the AWP. It's a lot of fast paces out on Dust, even though it's quite empty, quite open. But there's still the need for a lot of repositions. Great grenades though out of Ecstatic. They've always been landing their mark. HOTU have been starting so many of these rounds off with half HP or lower. And TMB now looks to clean up, spams away, but maybe shouldn't have sent his entire mag down. Drops on in, and Cyrus, the last man standing on the bomb site, traded out by Lampada. Is that going to be enough? Christo, another miss coming through. The red hot A1S here is looking to deny. Cristo, another miss and a kill here for Lampada. It's away into the bomb site, and if TMB doesn't get anything here, Lampada starts off a 3v5 that we didn't think would have had legs. Yet it does now for HOTU. Ecstatic, pulling the plug early once again, it looks like. They could be trying to go all the way through shore, but they're burning a lot of time in doing this.
Yeah, they are. And Lele's got the one kit, but Frontel's already on the angle. They shouldn't be anticipating him. It's a nice flick. Will be an instant trade, but the Flash will just run down that clock even further. Now Lele. Yeah, Mosey has to pull the plug, grab the AWP, get on out of there. The HOTU will bite right back. Put a 6th on the board. And the Static still chasing their tails.
And still on this A-bomb site, still with the man disadvantage. These are mistakes that Ecstatic are not allowed to go through. In fact, Lampada finds a 3k into that one, making it happen. Also, individual skill out of him coming through, amazing. He's 11-4, loving life. But HOTU kind of feels like they're getting a couple of these rounds without having worked that much for them, right? Not this one in particular, but others. And Lele double off setup now here for Ecstatic. We'll see if that changes anything.
Yeah, you can't keep giving up rounds like this for free. Ecstatic have not been putting up enough here. I was saying about the AWPers and the impact that they're going to have on the 3 maps that we have at hand. Chris2's given us a whole load of nothing, finally. As I say his name. Starts waking up a little bit. Comes on to Frontales as well, so real battle of the Titans.
Surprisingly, second AWPer out here for HOTU is not gonna pick up that AWP from top mid. Wants to keep it to AKs and a Galil out here for Mizu. Going all the way back down. Maybe Duke is gonna be changing his mind. No, they just swoop past it. Ah, there it is. HOTU. They've dealt with man disadvantages before up against Ecstatic. And seemingly, after the Danes are having a bit of a slow start, could try to pull any sort of wool over their eyes. 30 seconds. And they're going to be pulling a bit of a Na'Vi strat here. An old Na'Vi strat to wait down the timer. Or maybe not. They've thrown out an early smoke to the engage. And they're ready to go on over to this B-bomb site for the first time. Let's see the action. Cristo looks to hold, and there's another one where that came from. Into the corner. Cadil, what a shot and a flick coming down as well for Duke. Connecting on TMB. It all falls apart for Ecstatic. Once again, you're into a safe spot. You're lulled into this false sense of security. And then in a single second, HOTU on a man disadvantage still clear you out.
It's just ridiculous. And again, no option but to save. I don't know why there's not been a pause called yet. I don't know why TMB isn't sort of taking the extra time to say, we need to change something up here. You know, we are being absolutely schooled. Now, it does have to be said, this is the HOTU map pick, and they're coming into it looking incredibly prepared, especially considering they're on their T side, but just unreal.
In all reality, this should have been at least 5-3 by now, right? So.
Yeah. That's the thing. And this is something I was talking about in the last map of that last series as well with 9. Like, it was so one-sided, and we saw them like 10-0, 10-1 down. And when you actually start to break down the amount of rounds where they had the advantages or it came down to clutches and things like that, you realize that had they have won those scenarios, it would split it down the middle somewhere. You know, it would have been, you know, a 7-5 half, maybe an 8-4. And the same kind of goes here. Yeah, if Ecstatic had actually taken the opportunities when they had the stacks and they had the advantages, this would be a very, very different scoreline. But instead, HOTU have the reins and they are dead set on keeping hold of them.
Oh,
look at this.
Oh my goodness.
Sick. Again,
that is a beauty.
Another 4v3, Astro. Another 4v3.
Yeah. Happens one more time. This time,
no
though,
one's ready.
This time, though, you have to give it to Duke, right? He just positioned himself well, and they've done that in the previous round, leaving a lurker back into middle. It's kind of the standard strategy if you're trying to take over that B-bomb site in a big exploding fashion. You leave one guy to keep on a hold for the rotates, and he does an amazing job at that. But yeah, it does happen again. And even if you try to split it down the middle, that previous game, I couldn't tell you because I wasn't there for 100% of it on the last best of 3. But onto this one, I will say Ecstatic are just the ones doing the mistakes. Even if they had won a couple of these clutches, it would still be in favor of HOTU, and quite reliably so as well, just because of the individuals hitting shots way more than Ecstatic are right now. So, yeah, finally attack pause.
Yeah. No, I sound like a bit of a hater right now, and I'm not. I actually love these Ecstatic boys. The core of this roster played under the Granny Zocker's name, the legendary, the greatest. No, I'm super fond of this team, but right now you're absolutely right. Mistakes are being made, and even in that scenario there, right? I mean, beautiful positioning from Duke. Like, it has to be said, playing through that door smoke is fantastic, but when you're on a static, you need to be prepared for that, right? It's a 4v3, you're retaking the B site, you've only taken contact with one more player, and you can assume that there's another in tunnels because flashes came over, right? But you don't know where the third man is, and somebody needs to stay alert and be saying, yeah, as we're coming through CT, we need to be ready for this gunfight on doors. And even if we're not, we need to have accurate enough spacing that we can trade it out. And they don't. They just go in one by one, they feed Duke. I mean, he hits a couple of really nice shots, don't get me wrong, but yeah, it's really awkward. It's really awkward. And actually just watching it back on stream there, it's even more awkward because Analele peeks and he is looking at door, but Sierra's got a flashbang in hand to flash, but the flash obviously comes after the Analele peek, which is then why he's not able to swing for the trade. So yeah, it's just messy. It's just messy. And for a team of this caliber, you don't expect it to be.
Especially not in playoffs, right? It's 8-1. You're expecting a closer game, and thanks to production as well for being really quick on the replay. Cheers for that. But gosh, here comes the bane of online Counter-Strike, right? Whenever something's not working out, you start really questioning what's going on. You start looking at the ping. You start looking at your PC. You start wondering, what's going on here? Maybe we're having a problem. Maybe let's have a PC restart. Maybe let's give a little bit more time out here into the tech pauses. Because there's always so many happening out here into online CS, and it is going to be just prolonging maybe the inevitable for this map for just a little bit longer, or is going to have an actual implication into the game. For now, we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, nobody ever wants tech pauses, but for a Static, a little bit of a breather might do them some favors. This has not been very good so far. So yeah, as I say, a few seconds to just sort of sit back and breathe, have a little think about how they can innovate to change the outcome of some of these rounds. It's another one in the last where they win the opening duels, they have the early advantages, they still let it slip. It's 8-1, an 8-4 half would already be great for HOTU, but obviously they're set on bigger things, they're set on taking more. Yeah, final 3 rounds. What it take whether or not they're able to do so. It's a good start from Sierra.
Finally. Another opening kill out here that goes astray. Mizu allowing Ecstatic out here to push in. Again, that false sense of security and trying to take space. And Ecstatic walking in one by one into the enemy. They're doing it again. Tactical pause was there for nothing. Ecstatic were trying to put the pedal to the metal, try to put a little bit of pressure maybe on HOTU, keep them in the game. And they just proved to do the exact opposite thing.
Sierra peaks mid-reload as well there, by the way, just to, it's just painful. Nice shot, though. That is massive out of the AWP. Unfortunately, it shouldn't lead to a whole lot more. Teammates fallen, Christu left for the 1v3, and even though it's, you're at a point where you can't just continue to save, there's obviously no other option here. If he threw himself through the B doors, with an orbital 1v3, then, it would be incredibly foolish. So, yeah, he's just found himself a molly. He'll throw his one out the map. He'll go and sit in pit, but that's 9-1. And, you know, there's no second chances. There's no lower bracket here. We were talking about the hindrance that not qualifying for Star Series has on their VRS, and, you know, that inability to gather more points and add another event to the calendar pre-major. This is another massive opportunity. If they can overcome this first hurdle, they've got a few more games where they're then playing against higher ranking teams where they can accumulate more points, and, you know, it'd be huge for them. Right here, if they lose this game, Atro, it's bad. It is bad. They're set to lose 25 points. That would send them down 2 places. For HOTU, they'd gain 35. They'd go up 6 spots.
That would be very, very huge for HOTU, seeing as they're trying to break into top 50 right now, right? So it's a big thing, and it's a big game to try to focus on down, and especially as it's playoffs, you're not only losing VRS points, but you're also losing the chance to go to the quarterfinals out here, right? It's a bunch more prize money. It's actually a chance at the Lions share, and that's what you're working towards right now. I will say maybe... Okay, well, we'll keep that for a little bit later, because we're seeing a little bit of action down in tunnels as well. Duke Fissura, good for 1-on-1. Just to trade out, and the entrance in towards A is going to get made. Look at how temperate HOTU are being. They're standing behind the smoke, waiting for it to pop, and then trying to get out. There's no Molotov in car, so they're going to be losing out the first one. Syra, good for 2 out there, because of the mistake being finally brought around here by HOTU.
Yeah, we haven't seen many of these HOTU mistakes, but yeah, eventually it was bound to happen at some point. They hold off until right at the end of the half. Oh, front tails. Oh my god. May even keep things going? No. Alright. Recovered. It's, yeah, well done there, to be honest. It is still 9-2.
Yeah, they doubled their scoreline. Hey, that's still something. Better than nothing at this point. Just trying to keep the half alive, if you even can. It's down to the last round of the first half. I will say, maybe I just believe I'm an unlucky charm out here for some of these teams. For the past week that I've casted, I've only had, out of what, 12 best of 3s, I think 10 of them have been like one-sided shows for map number 1. Like 13 3s, 13 4s, that's all I've seen.
Yeah. Oh my god, Sarah. Ooh. Yeah, that was... He's got the support to go with it as well, and he double dips. Back-to-back rounds where Sarah's found 4 kills. Rockets him up to the top of the scoreboard with 16. This was something pretty special, actually. It's a shame that it comes at the end of such a disappointing half, but yeah, there is still room. There is certainly still room.
This is
9-3.
What I was gonna ask as well. Where was this from Syra? The entirety of the first half. But I guess here it was. And if it's a good start here, and they can at least pull themselves back into the second half a little bit, not saying that they're gonna try to make the comeback, but even if they manage to put up like a 13-8, a 13-9, maybe even a 13-10, at least that's gonna give them the morale that, hey, they are fighting back, and thus too was just a mistake at the beginning. They're ready to fight on over to the second map, right? On their own map pick of train, and try to feel confident and send us maybe to that overpass with a beginning like this, right? So it's all about the fine margins. It's all about picking yourself back up. And right now, Ecstatic are trying to do exactly that. Mizu down to low HP does actually force Ecstatic back out of this out of this push in towards the B-bomb site. A long way to rotate into A.
Yeah, pushes it to a 4-on-4.
HOTU could figure this one out. They're hearing this.
Yeah, this is mega info. They're actually going to let them cross, which surprises me. You can't get stuck on this gunfight for too long. You've got to try and get them on the cross now towards the A site. There's no smoke, so they'll have to go in dry. USPs just can't find the heads.
Yeah, struggling right now, but Ecstatic as well. Scared after what just happened. This is a very important pistol round for them. They can't allow HOTU to go up to double digits, so they're playing all of their cards as right as they can possibly think. The only space they've gone in through this round has been onto mid, where Lele is still holding on for dear life. 30 seconds, and HOTU have taken the bait. They've bit out here, Josh. Is it going to be enough to win Ecstatic the round?
Could be. 20 seconds. They're going to go for the cross again here towards the A site. Glock pops off a couple of shots, but cannot land the heads. And Lele, oh god, a real mess, but gets there again. Now with the bomb beeping, Christu taking another. Ecstatic might actually take the pistol and start to claw this back. 9-4 into 9-5. Does then feel doable. Anna Lele, my god, lovely little 3k at the end. I mean, it's a really messy one, but yeah, take it as it comes. That's lovely.
Yeah. Again, you got to see the little bit of scaredness coming out of them, a little bit of fear coming out of Ecstatic, and even into a pistol round like this. They start calling in the mid round way slower, trying to figure out, okay, what do we have to work with? What are our strats? What do we have available? And I love that they actually took that space and took that time to really think it through, because up until now, they haven't necessarily been doing that. And, well, now that they've won the pistol, and they're ready to try to win a little bit more. Only USPs now coming out of HOTU. But don't look away from your screen out here, MNJ. Not just yet, because I have seen full pistol rounds take down full buys literally a day or two ago. So I am still marked, I am still scared, and I will still be looking out to see if these pistols can do anything. But Syra is hearing kicking, 18-7. Might be even on for the ace. This MAC-10 doesn't find the frag, but it does.
I've had an entire week of some of the most ridiculous eco round wins ever. Oh my god, front tails. Surely not. Picks up the counter.
Say it again!
Oh,
say it again!
This is gross. No way. It's kind of a shame that he doesn't have the bomb. It would have been super plausible for one of those three to be carrying the bomb as well. And that would have made such a crazy difference here. Unfortunately, that C4 will still go down elsewhere. Front tails has made a massive dent, at least, in the T-side economy. And yeah, entertaining. Does he want to actually commit to this fight or hold on to the Galil? Yeah, as I was saying, Star Series quals this week, right? There's been multiple games where it's got super scrappy. One of which was the Foot Spirit Academy game. And we saw on Ancient, right? A massive swing round. Spirit Academy were able to win a full eco. Yeah. And then they did it again. And then Foot did it back to them, right? Yeah. And then on another map in the series as well, we saw it again. We saw 4 eco rounds in a series. It was just completely, like, unhinged. We were consistently, every single time, it was like a nade stack or something. It would be like full eco. They'd buy a couple of nades and then, you know, all run it down as 5 and it would work. It was just, it was an absolute, like, head masher. They gave an attempt on one of the eco rounds at a ninja defuse as well. That didn't work, but it nearly did. Yeah, just completely bonkers at the moment, and we almost see a little bit more of that craziness from front tails. But 3 kills, upgrades into the AWP. Sadly, Lampada will go down early here, so Statica got a good shot at 6.
They take this round away. Another full buy. Not going the way of HOTU would definitely hurt him, and Nut has a great start. Seeing as how Frontails found so much damage in the previous round here, it would really hurt Ecstatic to lose this round too. They would have been safe if, well, that 3k didn't happen. And trust me, I've been seeing some crazy stuff as well. Full USPs, taking down 5 AKs, then going in, and the full buy and the force buy of the other team manages to win it out, and vice versa. Just a complete mess right now. I don't know what's been for the past week, and just crazy rounds making it work, but it's the love of the game that keeps us going. Duke, great 2k out here. Definitely much needed for his individual stats. Currently struggling a bit of lack of pace behind the rest of his teammates. With 40 seconds, Ecstatic trying to make a run in towards his B-bomb site. Still looking in towards tunnels. Very smart out of Cadeo, but has to check his other angles too. Was waiting for that MAC-10 to phase through, but it wasn't a MAC-10, it was a Galil that has already made his way. Duke keeping an eye out onto the car player, still waiting for his head to pop out. Where is it? There it is! Still unlikely to connect. That's the round, that's the 6th on the board here for Ecstatic.
Yeah, you could kind of see it coming when they had the early advantage there on long. They route all the way around into B, but comfortable pick up. Front aisles make things expensive. You like to see it.
Okay. Well, look, most of this is off the back of that pistol round that they managed to win, right? So Ecstatic, loving life and the opportunity to come back now. Important part here is to not drop it. You're fighting a HOTU with a half investment and an AWP saved away by Frontails. You've just got to work as a 5-man unit, get into that bomb site, get out, and just play for every single round. Still no attack pauses out of neither HOTU or Ecstatic. I would have believed TMB could have called in attack pause right about now or in the next round, trying to just cement this comeback that they're trying to find. Talk to his team and be like, hey, we're doing a great job. Let's keep doing it. Let's keep doing what we're doing. It's all working well. It was 9-1. Now it's 9-6. Let's get that 9-7 and 9-8 on the board as well.
Sierra. Oh, wow.
Ooh.
Might actually have the drop onto Mizu. Yeah, really, really aware. Lovely stuff. Not going to allow this half buy around the AWP to get any kind of success, and really confident, really comfortable. Lampada wants to add some chaos to this smooth river ride.
Wow. Definitely has been a bumpy one. And right now, Lampada is going to get caught on the jump. Out here from box, Syra takes him out, but another player into short will find him. Cadell picks up an AK and now leaves us in a 2v3 that, remember, HOTU have managed to get through quite time and time again here into these man's advantages. Into the bomb site. Bomb's not even planted yet. Crystal connecting on a good shot. Frontails finds the flick. Left in a 1v2. Nundat is going to go for the plan. Frontails, is he going to go for a Kugli? Yes, he is. You can't seem to find the kill. Nice shot, nice try, but it's still Ecstatic up to 7.
Wow, alright, well, yeah, another one coming a little bit close, but starting getting it over the line. You'd expect them to against a buy like that, but I have learned to keep an open mind in many of these scenarios. And
yeah,
game's kind of back on a knife's edge. Static, who were not looking like themselves at all in the first half, all of a sudden looking like the winning team that we're used to seeing. If they're able to convert here on Dust 2, I'm very confident in their ability to take train. I love, by the way, did you see the little, like, jersey setup that TMB had above his desk?
Yeah, I saw Parisi, I saw... Oh, what a shot, Nut. Zipple's gonna be happy with that one. It's Ecstatic now on a man advantage. Yeah, I did see he had the Parisi jersey, he had all his previous teams.
Yeah, super cool.
Yeah.
Super cool. I gotta send him a GK one. Yeah, that's sick.
I think he'd gladly go back to the team if Zipple was just like, yeah, we can rebrand.
We'll collab. You DM me, Zipple. It'll be goated. It'll be the biggest collaboration of the year. The century, the decade. Yeah, 100%.
Everything.
Ecstatic knockers.
Gets UKCS.
Ecstatic grannies. That could be even better. Oh, yeah. Bro.
Ecstatic grannies with nut in it? Hell yeah.
Ay. Too hot to handle. On sales. Yeah, he's put it back into a 3-on-3 here.
He might be making it 3-on-2 too. Bristow out and about, and oh, what a flick! Frontail skips it up, another one from Frontails. HOTU's first city round goes the way of a single individual. What a performance there from Frontails.
That is filth. That is absolute filth. 4 kills, but more importantly, just the manner in which they came. These ridiculous flicks. He kind of goes shotgun sniper. I was surprised that he was the one leading the way into the site, right? You'd expect the rifle to be doing the lifting there. He's confident. He should be. Never missing. Seems like that AWP is just magnetic. It always gravitates towards its target. And Ecstatic have to call attack after that. Yeah, I don't blame them. That is a tilter.
And they've had quite a couple of tilters already. See, that wouldn't have happened if they were, like, Ecstatic grannies. that would just not have happened.
Yeah, just wouldn't have. Exactly. You're right. You're right. Just manifest it, Atro, and it'll happen.
Yeah, exactly.
Either
way.
That's what Nikola Tesla used to do, apparently. He used to just manifest, visualize his inventions, and then he would just... That's why, like, anytime he'd
He made the
create
telephone,
something... Right? I don't think he made the telephone. Did he make the telephone?
I'm pretty sure he did.
He made a load of stuff. Maybe he did, yeah, but he made a load of stuff. But apparently he had like a really high success rate of like first time, like without failures creating stuff. And he said it's because he'd manifest and visualize it first. That's what we got to do. Oh, big entries.
Static trying to manifest a win here. Let's
yeah,
see.
20 seconds of just visualizing a long pop working and bam, there it is.
Some Mongolian throat singing in the background there, just trying to get them in the zone. Oh. Fully spotted. Front tails. Was almost going to get it through the flash. This man, he's 18-9 for a reason. He's really feeling the game today. The one to take him down up until now has been Syra. But he's the first man to fall into this force by round for Ecstatic. So if things go astray here, HOTU could very easily find themselves up to map point. The B-bomb site's empty. Somehow, some way, HOTU have decided in this 3v4 to not leave a man down to B, and now makes it a 3-on-3. So let's see this retake attempt coming through for HOTU, as they're going to be running thin on utility.
What a shot
out of Anlele.
Yeah, that is massive. It should be enough for HOTU to not want anything more to do with this, but it seems like they're going to give this a go. Flashes over the top. Mizu is going to
Oh my goodness. Oh my god.
Then the third man is too far away. How quick are they going to realize that Anlele has no say in the matter? Quick enough, apparently. Straight on the defuse. And Anlele can't deny it. He won't be able to do anything as he emerges through the smoke. That is a ridiculous round. I was dead certain that HOTU were just going to pull the plug on that. TMB, it's such a shame that he only has a Tech 9 there. If he has a rifle, he finds that kill all day long. And the AWP would have just gone and saved. But it's so crazy for Frontails to still find impact there, even with just the wrong weapon. He says, I got 2 flashbangs, so let's give this a go.
I don't know who called that mid round for HOTU, but whoever does deserves a handshake and a pat on the back, because that is a beauty of a round. Because they spot out on Lele in top mid, and they realize that essentially it's a 2v2 that they might as well attempt, because they're going to have a full buy into the next round anyways. Right.
Yep.
So in a position of the game like this, when it is 10-7, you don't want to let Ecstatic come back into the game with a 10-8. Might as well try it. And indeed, Frontail says, wait a minute, I've got 2 flashbangs, let's just send it over. And the moment that they do, Mizu himself does an amazing job of controlling his spray, connecting that second frag after managing to find the first one tucked into a corner, and then they go in for the stick of the defuse as well, not letting Anlele get back to the bomb site. It was a really well-executed round by HOTU with a tad bit of sprinkle of luck in there as well. That managed to put him now on 11 and possibly even win on the map. Beautiful.
It certainly could. I mean, yeah, rounds like that, sometimes you kind of just got to take them on the chin. I mean, Ecstatic didn't have the best of buys, so there was no like massive expectation for them to win it, but they kind of needed to. Otherwise, they're looking at this, which is, you know, another one of these horrible forces. It's even worse than what they had in the last. That's just to prevent HOTU taking 12. And if they can't, then it'll be another one of these buys in the next. It's just individuals that haven't stepped up here. You know, Sierra's going 22-12, whilst TMB has 4 frags. It's a major glaring issue where you've got 2 pieces really stepping up. In fact, Sierra's top fragging on the server despite the fact they're losing. Anlele's right up there with him as well as that 3rd strongest piece out of the 10. But not Christu, TMB. It's time to wake up. It's time to start putting some kills on the board. Otherwise, Dust 2 is going to slip away and Train starts to come into question, especially with HOTU starting off on their CT side. As I say, I definitely favor a static on Train. I think you'd be foolish not to. But there is this kind of scary unknown when it comes to it that, you know, HOTU haven't been picking into it, except they did once and they absolutely stomped. So, yeah, it's... definitely not a guarantee.
The game to keep your eyes on, that's for sure. And this lineup as well for Mizu could mean a lot. He's actually just jumping on in, figuring out that the flashes will be there. A little bit of team pressure coming out here from them. HOTU, struggling between themselves, are gonna let the site go towards Ecstatic. 2v2 on a half investment round, well, on a full buy round, on a force buy round here for Ecstatic, but one that doesn't necessarily go all the way. Now, into a 2v2 retake, and this time you don't have any more flashes to work with here for Frontails. Nut takes care of Lampada, and Christo battles his way with Frontails as well. 11-8, Ecstatic are still very much so in this game.
Yeah, you were wrong, Atro. It wasn't Tesla that invented the telephone.
I
It was
know,
Alexander
I know.
Graham Bell. Yeah.
He invented the radio, my bad. It was almost there, you know, same thing.
Invented a load of stuff, and then the big banks, they suppressed him. They said, we don't want free energy for the world.
We don't
Tesla
want good
Tower.
things.
Yeah, don't want good things. We want oil money, and yeah. Rest in peace, my boy.
Cool information though, Nikola Tesla did speak Romanian. Ha.
Ooh,
Yeah,
big Romania W.
big Romania W. We don't get those often, so might as well take it one time.
We'll take it with Clay Tesla.
Either way, 11-8, and a tough buy here for HOTU. It's a half investment that Cadell is already going to be losing his main gun on. So, Ecstatic get through it pretty quickly. And look at how much a single pistol round can change the pace out here to a game. From 9-1 down, HOTU have only been managing to put up 2 CT side rounds on the board, both of which, from what I remember, due to Frontails' shenanigans. Well, one of which because of Frontails, one of which because of Mizu, but still, Frontails was there. So, tough CD side here for HOTU 100%.
Sierra. Having salt in the wound here, Duke for sure hasn't got a lot to save. He'll attempt it anyway. And like in hot pursuit, I think he'd be foolish to walk through the doors here. Duke for sure might give him the opportunity anyway. He just knows that this angle, he's got so much leverage because the sun is shining, so he'll see the shadow a mile away, pre-fire it.
If he does too early, though, it might allow Duke to actually get out here and try to take him on. Try to find an AK. Oh! Okay, at least takes him out.
Yeah, it's a shame he can't upgrade into the AK. It doesn't really do him any favours holding on to this UMP. He probably doesn't want it. He's looking at this saying, do I upgrade? Yeah. Throw it over to Mizu. Self an M4. Makes more sense. The Statics stay afloat. They stay afloat at a really important time, and HOTU aren't even on that point yet. So there's a world that Ecstatic could get this done in regulation. There's a very, very reasonable chance they could take us to OT.
Yeah.
Just up on the AWP. Frontails are one of his own. These two snipers could butt heads instead. No, connects onto Duke for sure. That's huge. It's a double AWP setup for the teaser, which kind of scares me. And Kado's aggression really, really does work out.
But look at how deep Syra is in CT spawn already. He's gonna find them on the cross right now because they were preparing for a B hit. HOTU went for a 5-man setup on A and mid, trying to fight through mid. Working together, yeah, there it is. Syra managed to find one at least. Lampada trades out, but you're still left into this 2v2 where Lampada is down to under half HP and Ecstatic are in a really good position to win all of this. Frontails needs a crazy flick onto TMB. Or they just walk past each other. Okay, yeah. There you go.
Feels weird to criticize Syra because he quite literally won them this round, right? But he definitely needed to there, right? I didn't quite see it as to whether they checked for him, but they weren't checking for him, right? He could have played a bit of trick discipline there. That was, I don't know. Anyway, it still works out, but yeah, a little bit lucky that TMB doesn't get himself into the sight line of the sniper. That could have got messy. They are actually going to retain this double AWP setup, which is weird. It is weird. Dust 2 is kind of like the only map I think you can justify it, but still, T-side double AWPs? I'm not sure. TMB tossed it away for a second. I think he was in pursuit of an AK, but then picks it up again just before that clock expires. So 11-10, they are going to run it back. There is enough money for a reinvestment here from HOTU, though.
See, I would have completely agreed with the double odd setup if this was like 2016, 2017 Dust 2, but it's not, so I don't know. The walk up through mid here for HOTU as well was really weird, right? Trying to take on over mid, I get it, but only doing it with 2 players when you usually do it with 3. Having 2 players inside of short that didn't peek together with the incoming CT players, it felt just all over the place, and sure, Kadeo gets away with that 2K, but that's more than luck rather than anything else, because they were still looking in towards middle, the rest of Ecstatic. So, yeah, mismanagement here from HOTU, and now they're going to be trying to do it again. 4-man setup on A. I don't know what the game plan here is for these guys on CT side.
Sierra, ready for the peak, and surely it comes, but does it come dry? It doesn't look like it. The injury for sure is set up for a flash, but Lampada goes for the jiggle instead. Then the incendiary comes after, but oh my goodness. Yeah, you can't give him opportunities like that. That sniper will really punish. TMB is going to take some room up short, wants to try and work out a cap, but Frontails has got the angle. He's on top of the car as well, so we'll see a little bit more of the body. It's not just the head and shoulders that pokes over. That's what you want for the sniper. Smoke will go down instead, and a static sort of left at bay. They've got options. They could head back to B if they want to. The problem is they don't have any tunnels control, and there is a threat that maybe Mizu's got aggressive, so it does seem like they will commit to this A site. HOTU have got 3 players stacked up.
With the put the smoke out here onto elbow, second one coming through as well. It's a clear shot here for HOTU that it will be a bit of a peek out of Ecstatic, but seeing as a single player is throwing out all of this, could have been a fake. Comes out too late, and HOTU, struggling on rotations, will have to hold on for hope that Duke is able to get more than one here, and he is struggling. Nut taking him over, and it's just Mizu left into the retake that's got to force the save. It's a HOTU disaster, as the half was 9-3. Now it's Ecstatic finally managing to equalize back out.
This is kind of crazy. And HOTU were able to snatch away that 11th, and in such a crazy fashion as well. Remember, they went for that B retake. Ooh. Yeah, I was dead set on this just being all wrapped up, to be honest. I had no hopes whatsoever for Ecstatic to get back into this. Their buy involved like 2 Mac 10s, a Galil, and 2 Tech 9s, I think.
Yeah.
And they were 11-7 down. They've held their nerve. Taken 4 on the bounce. Now they've got a big old advantage. There's not a lot of money here for HOTU. There's a very good chance that Ecstatic take the lead. That prospect of overtime then comes to life, and yeah, right now they've still even got the opportunity to get this done in regular time. 2 for masses, 3 and 4s, no AWP on Frontails. He's gotten a little bit quiet. He was putting up some massive numbers. I think the last sort of 3 or 4 hasn't found a kill. It's all or nothing here, though.
I feel a little bit bad for people that might have left when it was like 8-1, 9-1 out here in favor of HOTU, you know, and it turns all back around. 11-11. We're all in for the entirety of this game, maybe, because if we're gonna get it, might as well play it. It's a playoffs game for a reason, and I'm glad I was proved wrong when I said this isn't how a playoff game should go. I guess this is how it should go, just a little bit more alambicated out here. What an opening shot out of Syra, though. Duke left to try to trade this one back, is not gonna get to. Advantage here for Ecstatic, and HOTU again, when they manage to actually hit the nail on the head and stack up the correct bomb site, they're still getting overwhelmed. It's Lampada, the only man on A now to hold, as he's getting his cavalry coming through short, and they could be crunching down on Cristo and TMB, but Lampada is just not wanting to make a move, so now he's left as the sole man.
Oh. Yeah, there was a moment there. The numbers were even, it looked plausible, but now it's all just down to Lampada, as you say. He's got to try and get over the top of this smoke. This would be disastrous if Ecstatic let this slip. Lampada's making a lot of noise, and we switched cams at the last second there, and I wasn't sure who we were watching. Yeah, 12-11, Ecstatic actually pull ahead. And the buy's going to be even worse here for HOTU. We'll see an MP9 in the midst. I don't think Duke for sure is going to buy an M4 either. If he does, he'll have no helmet, no util. It's got to be another FAMAS, surely. No helmet, no util. All right.
Yeah.
Prioritizing the firepower. And we're back to the double AWP setup. I was happy to not see the double AWP setup in the last round, but they say, no, actually, we want it again. Okay, this is bold.
What a carry performance out of Syra, though. 29 and 15, almost hitting the 30 bomb in regulation out here. It's positively insane, and it's 9 rounds on T side here for Ecstatic now officially after the swap of the half. It's a huge change-up that no one, including Ecstatic, I'm pretty sure, didn't really expect to have happened. They were hoping for it, and now here it is. They take the lead for the first time in this map. Can they do anything with it? Can they keep it up and win it out? B bomb site completely empty. Cristo has got the chance now to move through middle and get into a site. And Ecstatic, they gamble and they choose A. Will that be the correct call? All of HOTU on mid.
I like this. I like this a lot. We haven't really seen HOTU innovate all too much in a lot of these rounds. They've just been hoping that one way or another they'd eventually get there. Nut is holding for it. We'll see the instant trade. Frontels needs to go massive. Flashbang is brilliant, but it only blinds one. Transfers there, but it does not connect for the final bullet needed onto Analele. The flash back in, though, as Mizu was the one to deploy the first for his teammate, then passes it along the bus. AWP needs to connect. Christu doesn't. The bomb's down. They've got no options to go elsewhere. 18 seconds left. They need to speed this up, and it's all down to Sierra, the man that's carried this entire map to try and close it out. Oh! Both heads, and he is an expert in the arcade that is the Dust 2A bomb site, because a static push on to 13. That is an exceptional performance out of Sierra, and one hell of a comeback. They were looking down and out, and yeah, I have no idea. We don't even waste time looking at the scoreboard. It's just MVP Sierra. Yeah, it's all him. It's all him.
It was. It really was. Besides him, and Lele, I think, finished off with like 20 kills plus, but everybody else was struggling to put up the same amount of performance, even resembling a half of what Sierra has been doing this game. It's been a beauty to watch out for them. And what a huge and insane comeback. The first time they managed to take away the advantage is at 12-11, and they closed it out in regulation after being down 9-1. It's absolutely insane, but it was the nature of the map, right? It was the nature of the game. It was Dust 2, where all of these things can happen. And I think the crazier part in all of that is that they did it with half the rounds being on double op T side. Right, so
yeah,
Ecstatic do some crazy things to get to the end of the game, but hey, they won it, so we can't say anything about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's bizarre, isn't it? Like, you know, sometimes you see a setup where it's like, oh, you know, one player's got a good long spawn and the other wants to go for a mid pick or something. And you say, let's go for a double AWP, and you know, we'll throw him a bit of a curveball this round, and sometimes it works out. But to run it down like 4-5 rounds, just completely crazy to me. But it works out, and yeah, massive kudos to them. That was a sick comeback from Ecstatic, and as I say, I now really do fancy their chances on Train. I think you'd be a fool not to, because statistically, it is one of their
that looming, gleaming, teetering event out here that HOTU could still take it, as it is a good map when they played it once, but it's still the map pick coming through out here for Ecstatic that should be giving them that 2-0 that they so desperately want to have a quick way into the quarterfinals. Still myself and enjoy joining you guys into a very slow crawl into the same bomb site from Ecstatic, as they have seemingly found their way into the site and now are going through connector to get into B. This is overly ambitious, and will it pay off? I have no idea, but it just did.
It's like a page out of the M&J scrapbook. What a wild call. That is very nice to see, but it still might not pay off. Mizu giving them a run for their money in the 1v3. Puts it down to just Christu. He's on 60 points of health, so a range stink from the Glock would finish him off. And Christu just trying to run down this timer. He knows he's got all the leverage here with the bomb planted. Mizu so many angles to clear. Taps the bomb, worried about him wrapping from the back. And Christu, patience is a virtue. First on the board for Ecstatic, comes a little bit close at the end there, but yeah, they're out the gates hot, and that's exactly what they need here. The T side of their map pick, it's the best start you could ask for.
It is indeed coming throughout here, and we know how much a pistol meant to these guys in the previous map. Maybe it will mean just as much out here, as Ecstatic should have an easy second round on the board now. HOTU, we saw a lot of work being brought here by Frontails in the previous map. We did also see a really good amount of work being brought here by Mizu as well. So if he's going to have a start like this, then I'm definitely looking forward to see what he's going to be able to do in the rest of this. But Ecstatic, seemingly a little bit mad maybe at HOTU for pinning them the distance, and a little bit motivated after managing to find that comeback. They are really pressing W out on this train. They're going in quick.
Yeah. Very quick. And Parda and Kado, with not a lot to lose, but obviously really don't want to die to the Mac 10. That is a really nice adjustment. My God. They'll be able to buy the next anyway, so I don't think he really wants to hold on to this Mac 10, but it's important not to die to it. It's just important not to die to it. Don't give him an extra $600. Ooh, wow, nice from Sierra. Honestly, maybe a bit of a blessing in disguise for TMB that he dies with that Mac 10. He would much prefer to have a rifle in the full buy round anyway, so yeah, now just justification to reinvest. But they are still going to be lacking a little bit, especially compared to the HOTU buy. Frontails has got that AWP out. And they're stacked up with the rifles, lacking on the util though.
I was wondering if Crystal was going to be the one to send TMB a weapon now into this buy, because he usually saves up all the time for the AWP, but he was the one that had the most amount of cash and didn't want to leave not to just 200. So selfless behavior there for Crystal. We've got to applaud it. Tap tap going out here on the back of Crystal. But indeed, as you say, HOTU are on that full buy, Frontails on that AWP, and where is he gonna position? Because for this map, the off positioning could mean everything, and Lele to find the first, and now Ecstatic still pressing that W key, yet will be just leaving Crystal out to die. Send this into this 4v4, they're still kind of hell-bent on this A-bomb site. You've got the bomb waiting with the flash out here in towards Ivy. Ecstatic for a better entry frag into this site. Be out of Ivy here where we find our initial engage. Cyrus all the way down to mid, and Nut is gonna fall. Big kill here for HOTU to take the lead, but it's still not a lost round here for Ecstatic just yet.
Lampada expecting somebody to come up Ivy. It's not going to be the case. I've got the man advantage. There's 40 seconds. If Hanalele had had some success out B, this would have completely changed the course of the round. The problem is he dies. He inflicts a bit of damage, so this is certainly a doable 2v4. But I don't love the look of it. Mizu, timing, everything. He is being crept up on, and he will die. Lampada with 30 HP. Goes for the peak. He could be in for a nasty surprise. Frontail spots one through the smoke, and all right. I think this is where the line is drawn. Frontails ends up with another, and yeah, this guy's just kind of unstoppable once he's got the AWP in his hands.
Yeah, that's kind of what he was waiting for. 2K made the moment he picks it up, and a round taken out the moment he picks it up as well. So HOTU very happy to get to this point in time. Attack pause early out here for Ecstatic. And I get it, right? They don't want to let what just happened the first map happen here on the second and give HOTU a big tempo lead here to find round after round. They're just going to be going into a bit of an interesting round where they're lurking around like 4k, 2k money on each of the players. So a force buy kind of to be expected out here. It is going to be leaving Cristo a little bit vulnerable alongside TMB. But since they are prioritizing this utility, I'm presuming it's not just going to be an all-out rush into one bomb site. They might be taking their time to try to fake something out, find an opening frag, and then maybe swap the sites. We're about to find that out in round number 4. As HOTU have been looking pretty decent on the individuals. Let's see what they've got to work with. So that's what I've been doing wrong with that smoke. I have to walk up a little bit and throw it. Crouch throw it. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, never been landing for me.
Man.
Learning.
I don't even bother throwing smokes anymore. I try and just...
Yeah, you just tell your team to throw smoke. See, that's the difference. I can't do that. They don't listen to me.
I just, like, they say, oh, so do you know the such and such smoke? You know the Ivy smoke? I go, nope. I go, you have 13k hours. What do you mean you don't know the smoke? Just shut up. Just stop talking to me. I don't know the smoke.
I don't know all that smoke business. You guys use flashes? Nah, I just press W, man.
Literally.
You deal with all that.
All W. Get me out of E-box. I'll win us the round.
Look, if you have 13k
smokes.
hours and like 10k out of them are like Mac 10 and MP9, I respect it.
Yeah, not... the 13k, there's maybe a solid 5 hours of me learning smokes, and that was long ago.
When you were forced to, yeah.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Ecstatic though. Seemingly not needing to use any smokes. They're gonna dry peek just as you, MNJ. There you go. Nut finds too. Don't know to which degree of success that can correlate with you, but hey, Nut has done it, so Ecstatic win the round.
Not single-handedly. Just, you know, flying out. Big entries. They were lacking on util, they were lacking on firepower, but it doesn't matter. The mechanics are there, and Frontails, more importantly, wasn't. As I said before, he's been hitting some massive shots, and in the last round, he was the difference maker. Right here on the other side of the map. Can't bring a whole lot to the table. Big flick there, though. Again, you see, like, this is what he's capable of doing. So you just can't give him those opportunities.
Yeah. So we've been seeing across Dust 2, which I feel like is a really good litmus test again for individuals to prove how good they can shoot. Out of that only, and out of the independence that we've seen out of all 10 players on the server, I do send out a question that I usually like to send out with my co-casters. Out of this server, who do you see moving up tiers out into another team out here in the foreseeable year, maybe, with how they've been looking?
Zero. 100% it's Zero. But only if he can sort of sort out maybe some of the slight consistency issues. I think he's the by far and away biggest prospect. Gristu's been given opportunities at higher tiers, and he has performed. I don't think that he's like bad by any means. But yeah, Zera's like that big untested superstar that thrives sometimes in tier 2, and yeah, could absolutely be a pickup for tier 1. I don't think yet, but yeah, give him another 6 months or so in this roster. If he continues to put up the levels that he has been, then yeah, that's him.
Yeah,
maybe Nut as well with a bit of work, but yeah, I'm looking at Sierra. Analele's sort of in that bracket as well, but again, he has had those opportunities.
Yeah.
Remember we saw him on Sprout, and yeah, he was pretty good there, but I don't know.
He wasn't the best,
I think Sierra's my man. Yeah.
Yeah. Sierra, I can definitely see him being like a Jimmy project. I feel like that's what Mouse and NXT were kind of bringing him up to be, and then that whole project just kind of went on to a new gen. Which, by the way, I haven't seen anything out of Mouse and NXT anymore. I don't even know if they're actually like fielding a roster this season or not. But I will check that.
I don't know. They went down a weird route, didn't they? They picked up like a turbo academy team of like 12-year-olds, and they weren't quite ready for tier 2 yet. So big easy entries. My God, this site just completely collapses.
Okay, it's the beginning. Mizu can still keep this going though, picks up an A1S, takes down Nut 1v1. Let's see that X tier 1 performance now come through, Christo. You're bound to make it show. Mizu has been an absolute wrecker of dreams here for Ecstatic, but Christo keeps it alive and calm, as you'd expect out of him. And is going to be rewarded with his AWP backup. So Ecstatic very happy to now gain up a 4-1 lead, maybe even 5-1, seeing as HOTU are going to stay on pistols.
So Mavs NXT do have a roster at the moment, but they're just not doing anything because, you know, VRS.
And they have LMBT as a coach, which is huge.
Yeah, that is actually kind of crazy. But yeah, it's a nice shot. Yeah, obviously for like these academy teams, this very clearly doesn't apply to like Spirit Academy, for example, but like some of these sort of lower end academy teams, it worked because pre-VRS you had like academy leagues and things like that, whereas nowadays, yeah, you know, if you're not within like the top 100 VRS, you're not getting invitations to stuff. And these guys don't even have a VRS ranking at the moment, and therefore it's really, really hard for them to get any invites unless they get flown out to LAN events, you know, like regional things, Epic LANs and things like that. And even now, that isn't really much of a possibility because you've got massive teams playing them. If you look at the next Fragadelphia, right, the teams that are signed up to that next Fragadelphia, it's a 10k prize pool. You got European teams paying thousands to fly out to the US, and it's unbelievable. It is absolutely stacked.
I mean, talk about Dracula, and it's happening in Bucharest here to like next few days. And that's insane too. Let's look at the round first, and then I'll talk a little bit about that, because suddenly HOTU have actually dealt a good bit of damage. Christo has to come in with the 2k. But yeah, talk about Dracula, man. I mean, come on. It's an NIP complexity flying out from America to get to Bucharest for a couple of VRS points and like a chance, right? You're getting Ents, you're getting Iberian Soul, you're getting Fnatic to come through. And it's a great showing out here for the Romanian teams to finally have a chance, right? But like, yeah, we're not seeing any academies there. Even then, like, for Draculan, it's a certain thing where they have to invite VRS teams, but they have to invite them through a buy-in process where the teams can actually buy their slot in there. So it's still like a weird thing, and a lot of organizations don't want to spend that kind of money on the academy project. So that again ends up to not getting the academy teams any showing, and most of the time might just end up like how Navi Juniors went to be sold on over to Food Esports, right? Which I feel like was a good idea. They weren't ever going to be getting into the events that Navi were going to get invited to, so might as well try to get to those close qualifiers and play at the same time as Navi, because they were a really good team.
Yeah. I mean, purely the fact that they weren't able to play the last MRQ, even though their ranking was high enough to qualify them for it, because of that conflict of interest, was the instant wake-up call of, we can't, you know, we're not a development squad anymore. We can't be under the banner of Navi Junior because we've hit our ceiling. That's the ceiling. That's where the ceiling is hit, when you're qualifying for events that the main team are playing, and you're not allowed to play them because the main team are playing them. So, I think that then elevates that ceiling and gives them more opportunities, which I think is cool. For sure, there's opportunities here on the other side of the smoke. Ends up with a double, and that is more than enough to shut this down. Sora left by himself. 30 seconds. There's no chance. He's just going to back off and save. He doesn't want anything more to do with this. So it's going to be a second round for HOTU. Not bad at all. I've got the team list up, right, of European teams signed up to this $10,000 Fragadelphia, by the way. Are you ready?
Right. Yeah.
Z10, OG, 500, Cold Sea, Minolite, Complexity, Fnatic, AAB, Inner Circle. There's going to be Ents there, Saw, Big, 9, Metasport, Ninjas in Pajamas. And then in terms of big NA teams as well, you've got Wildcard, Sharks, Bestia, I think I've already said Complexity. It is just ridiculous. It is absolutely ridiculous. Like, prize pool only goes down to, I think, top 4. Top 4. Yeah. And I believe HLTV might even only go for top 8 as well. And we have got a hell of a lot more than 8 teams there that are flying out and looking to take a top team.
When's that happening? When's Fragadelphia happening?
Start of October.
Okay, I was about to say, like, There's no way NIP Complexity choose to go over there right after having be flown out to Bucharest. You know, that's a lot of moving for two tournaments that are barely going to be paying the top spot 5k. You know?
Yeah, but the VRS points are just worth so much more, right? You qualify for the major and
yeah,
you can forget about these little 5k prize pools. Get the sticker money.
That's fair. Oh my god, the sticker money though is keeping a lot of teams still in the runnings out here that maybe shouldn't have been kept up and running.
Yeah, it's what actually keeps a lot of organizations together. I believe, and again I'm speculating, I believe that's why Passion UA dropped the team, because they'd sort of fumbled a little bit in their last tournament, and therefore their VRS ranking showed that they were very likely not to qualify for the major, and therefore it was like, okay, well, you know, we can't afford to continue investing if we're not getting that payout back from the major. There are orgs at tier 1 that have openly said, like, you know, we rely on qualifying for the major for the next round of seed investment, and if we don't qualify for the major, then like that's it. You know, investors pull out and it's GG.
I am extremely happy though. Okay, we'll talk about this round and then I'll tell you what I'm very happy about coming into this 15-second rounder that we've got left. Ecstatic needs to find the bomb plant, and there's still 2 people out here onto the B bomb site. You're really thinning down the clock, and it's becoming an issue. 7 seconds. Where's that bomb plant, Ecstatic? There it is. Finally, Crystal gets somewhere. Was scary to see out there for Ecstatic in the 2v5 as well, in the 2v4. Lampada. 2-on-3 though, still very possible as there are T-sided players across all the map. Across the entirety of this map. Cadeo is gonna turn and run though. Wants to save that up. Let's see if he's even able to get that done, as Enlela is on the hunt. But with that being said, yeah, I'm really happy about the fact that now, later on into this season, we didn't really get to see this too much at the beginning of the season, but there's so many more LAN events, small LAN events popping up, like for tier 2, tier 3, here and there. It's Draculan here, it's the Poles making their way ahead with Beklik Clash somewhere, I'm pretty sure. It's Fisher also happening. That's not really that much tier 2 as it is tier 1.5, but still, it's you know, a lot more actual LAN events happening, and it feels like you're back in like 2016, 2017, when the only tournaments were happening on LANs, and where you were getting to see a lot of these teams trying to show up out of nowhere and show that they can do it. That's how BNE happened, right? That's how Bad News Eagles came to be. So that's kind of how the Mongols started too. That's what you want to see.
It's exciting stuff, and it boils down to the fact that these like tournament organizers that are putting on these smaller LANs now know that not only are they going to sell out, but they're actually going to have some really big names coming, and therefore viewership will be high and everything that goes with it, right?
And it's worth
Whereas
it.
putting on LANs, exactly. Whereas putting on LANs previously, you actually had this fear, you know, pre-VRS, if you were putting on a LAN in Romania, there'd actually be a genuine danger that people just wouldn't show up, right?
Yep,
and therefore you're paying for the venue and everything with it, and nobody shows up. But if you can get a LAN on VRS, a lot of them are, then yeah, it really, really helps that scene, because, you know, these small organizers know that if they put up a LAN event, they put up a prize pool, teams are going to show up, and they're actually going to get some really big fish show up to their small event, which will bring in viewership and extra eyes and sponsors and everything, because you can say, yeah, our little LAN event, we've got NIP playing, we've got Big playing, we've got Fnatic, you know, we've got big names at our 5k prize pool event, right? It's just insane.
Yeah.
So
And
yeah, I think it really helps.
what I'm really happy about is that it forces the entirety of the tier 2 and tier 3 structure to adapt, right? If these big teams are coming down to the lower tournaments, you're expecting to have the production value, you're expected to have the casters, you're expected to have the venues, you're expected to have the production, you're expected to have a lot more out of everything, and this helps out the entire ecosystem. It doesn't just help out the teams, finally. So, whereas all esports CEOs could tell you that are holding a team right now, even Zippel right now probably watching could tell us, having an esport organization is not profitable, right? Maybe that's finally going to change later down to the future with all the sponsored deals happening. And out here, Dracula, I can definitely tell you, it's being sponsored by a Romanian bank, a pretty big one as well, that is like a partner with like a French bank. So a lot more casual eyes coming into the scene now is going to be really, really exciting for the future of the esport, and I can't wait for it too.
Yeah.
We've been off on a big tangent, and we're gonna keep it up probably in the slower rounds, but right now this is not supposed to be a slow round. Ecstatic on the full buy, HOTU as well, and it's an opening start here for Nut that is trying to just completely blind the side of Frontail, somehow still left alive by the peel of Lampada, but as he moves out to pick up the AWP, he's absolutely mollied down to hell and back, stuck in the corner on 7 HP, still allowed to live, and he should not be forgotten about here by Ecstatic as they're trying to get that bomb down.
I'm very surprised he survives there. Sometimes there's a little bit of a delay when you throw that smoke and extinguishing the molly, but seems to get it gone pretty quickly. Either way, will eventually drop. Nut, as you say, doesn't forget about him. So, easy stuff. TMB will catch out. Mizu leaves Kato by himself. 1v4. Lots of damage inflicted, so that HE will finish the job onto Nut. They will not follow up with it. 8-2, Ecstatic really pulling away. You know, bearing in mind they were down the similar margin here on map 1 and they were able to claw it back. The fact that they're the ones that are ahead is a scary prospect, because I don't think HOTU have got it in them to give us that same kind of grit and determination that we saw out of Ecstatic on map 1.
Yeah, I don't think so either, but who knows? I'm here for it, right? If it happens, and I'm along for the ride. I will say Crystal has been threading the needle with a lot of these kills as well. 9 and 3 has been looking really good, and it's Nut to take the attention of all of us here for the second map. It's Syra to try to show up a little bit the moment I say that, right? So that he can still pull off these kills and look very, very scary. But it is Nut right now, 12 and 6. And then Lele, always that second player on the scoreboard out here for Ecstatic. You need that consistency. You need someone to be pulling in all those important, consistent frags. But right now, the top spot keeps on changing here for Ecstatic between Nut, Syra, Christo. Rarely do I see Lele having the most kills, but I do see him having a hell of a ton of impact. So, always love to see that.
It's weird, isn't it? Because I'm sort of in the same boat with that. Like, every time I cover Ecstatic, it seems to be rare for me to see Lele at the top of the scoreboard. But he is. Or, like, he is most... more often than not at the top of the scoreboard. That's why he has the high rating. So,
yeah. He's always
I don't
second.
know. I think maybe we're just... Yeah, maybe it is just that consistency of, like, always being alright. Or maybe it is... maybe it is just us sort of being cursed and never getting the good Lele games. Oh my god. He gets stuck on the wall.
Yeah. Unfortunate for Duke, but Syra gets the frag, so he's gonna be happy. Could also be rolls here for Lele, right? If he spit it up on rolls there, he doesn't have that much action, then it makes sense for him to be really consistent. Maybe put up to trade a lot of the times. We get to see that happen right now. And Lele had no one to trade him, but at least manages to catch off one on the peak. Makes this one a 3v4 for the last round of the first half. Ecstatic would love double digits off the first half. But even if they don't get it, they still pull through a more than satisfactory result out here. But does make it a 3-on-3. Should be Ecstatic sending us into the A-bomb site through Pop Dog. Will they be able to find a late lurking main Kadeo here? Lampada, actually, my bad. With Kadeo on the bomb site, having a great timing on that injury.
We're actually onto something here, actually. I'm diving into the stats, we're actually onto something. He's always second fragging. He's actually never top. I found one series where he's top, but of his last like 10 games, he's always just second fragging. He's always super consistent, which is really good. That's exactly what you want out of a player, right?
Yeah.
You'd much prefer somebody that is always consistently up towards the top end of the scoreboard and putting up decent numbers than somebody that sometimes has superstar performances and sometimes is like just missing. So yeah, I mean, it's no criticism at all. But when we were going down that little tangent, I was like, I'm not sure about this, and I feel apprehensive to like call it out without looking at the stats. But no, literally, he's second frags like every game.
Yeah, and I'd say that's actually more to him, to give to him if he's looking to branch out and go to another team and say like, hey, I might not be the top fragger, but look at my rating and look at my hit match history, please. I've really been struggling in the positions that I've been put in. And who knows, maybe that's the reality, maybe it's not. We're not out there into the Ecstatic team speak to figure that one out. But we are here to watch this game almost come to a close. It's going to be an important pistol that Syra already starts off with the kill onto Duke, who's not been having a good game at all, been struggling. And now it's Nut to try to spam away on those dualies. Manages to only get out with one, as other sets of dualies are now in connector looking for shots. And it's actually the USP of TMB to be connecting that one ahead. Big bomb plan to come through out here for HOTU. Even if they don't manage to win the round, at least they can say they planted the bomb. They will get ready for a force buy, yet Ecstatic, nonetheless, get themselves up to double digits.
Okay, well, yeah, it's a big piss around to win. It's a big piss around to win, isn't it? As you say, getting the bomb plant will do HOTU a lot of favors. It means that they're not just out of this. If they lost the piss around without the bomb plant, then, you know, you've got this horrible decision to make of, are we really ecoing here and letting them have 11? At least, yeah, they've got the option to force and try and bite back before a static hit that 11th round. But still, they could have really done with winning it. So we go into the second of the half, round number 14. It's not the best of force buys, actually. 2 Galils, the rest on pistols, trying to prioritize the utility a little bit more, as Mizu will lead the charge out a long dog. Massive kill onto Christu. Sierra, it's back elsewhere. Oh, bad timing.
Oh, there he goes
massive.
down. 1-for-1s though, and insane to see that Frontail is still keeping it up here, looking for headshots, and Lele, again, the consistency coming through, right? It's a round where you don't expect HOTU to be that aggressive. It's a round that you get taken by surprise a little bit. But who's the guy to stay on site and keep on peeking and re-peeking, staying calm and connected? It's Lele. 3k out of him. And does finally take the top spot out here into the kills too. So I'm sure a little bit of a grin, a little bit of smile coming out of Lele there. As Ecstatic head up to 11 and might as well be called out for 12 too with the buy that HOTU have.
See how long it lasts. I'm kind of surprised that HOTU don't just throw themselves at another buy here. But, you know, letting your opponents have 12, playing for 9 in a row to go to OT does just feel super ambitious. For sure, it does hit a nice shot at least. Does Mizu expect the MP9 to be wrapping around? He does. Christu is not going to give him the opportunity. He is going to push all the way through instead. This is kind of interesting. M4 on the other side of this smoke should be teed up for a freebie, but the trade back. Duke for sure has hit a couple of really nice shots in this round. Oh my god. Can't be making whiffs like that. They might actually lose this.
Up to Nut. Big timing on the grenade! What a shot! Frontails! My lord, what is this? HOTU win the half buy. That's what I get. That's what I get for giving them out of it, you know? For not believing that they could still be into that round.
Absolutely ridiculous, Atro. I don't know how HOTU win that. I'm completely with you. Well, I do actually. I can tell you exactly how they win it. Ecstatic whiffs. That was all it was. A couple of great shots, but it wasn't like great shots other than the last one, right? It wasn't like it was great shots with Ecstatic having no chances. You know, they were whiffing entire clips on the spray. Ivy should have just been an easy 2 kills. Sierra should have had an easy one there as well, and he didn't, and that's where it all goes wrong, but it might just go wrong again.
Oh my god.
As the CT's forced back, and their pistols are now the ones connecting.
HOTU literally doing the exact same thing that Ecstatic did on their previous round, overachieving, overstanding their welcome out there, going in way too far over those smokes that were set down by Ecstatic, and just losing it entirely when it came down to the fight. Ecstatic really happy to be able to mend their previous mistake and get themselves back up to map point here, as HOTU are now going to have some very hard 8 map points that the enemy has got to take away from them. This is double nading Duke at the beginning of the round 2. It's as good as over here. It's as good as done, MNJ.
Yeah, I think it is. MP7's going to keep it going as well. TMB, one of the only players that you'll ever see by one of those MP7s, and it looks even sillier from his view model. Christu will take the penultimate frag. Nut will finish the last. 13-4, really one-sided, really commanding stuff from Ecstatic. Map 1 obviously had its complications, but they got it over the line. Map 2 just looked very easy. And HOTU, I mean, you know, that was always going to be a bit of a David and Goliath match. I think for them to even get into the playoffs in the first place is a big success for the roster. We had a really stacked Swiss stage. So they should come away from this tournament reasonably happy with the result. But obviously right now they'll be feeling a little bit sore. And they will definitely be feeling that they should have taken that first map of Dust 2 as well.
Yeah, that does hit really badly for them. But hey, I would say that even gives Ecstatic even more leeway out here to say that they've had a good game. If it was a straight up 2-0, just really quickly taking HOTU down, I feel like Ecstatic might have gone into this playoffs thinking, okay, overconfidence might have been hitting them, you know? But now they had to work through their first map, make that comeback happen from 9-1 down into 13-11, and then having their own map pick work out as well as it did, and not struggling when it came down to strats, when it came down to individuals. I feel like that will be giving the right amount of confidence over to this Ecstatic camp, and it will pull them to a really good now look out here for the quarterfinals, as we're still yet to figure out who their opponents will be. But, you know, HOTU are out of the tournament, and that is going to be that. I mean, we're taking a look on down to the brackets, and it's going to be between BetBoom and BetClick, so not easy opponents whatsoever.
Definitely not. Definitely not. Interestingly, though, we saw BetClick have a really easy time in the Swiss stage. They went through 3-0. They were taking that top spot, and as I say, just looked very confident. And Bet Boom this week haven't looked very good actually in the Star Series quali. They got knocked out in the groups, and didn't meet expectations at all. So it'll be interesting to see how that game unfolds in the round of 16. That's the last one for our right side of the bracket, and then ultimately who will be joining Static as well. But yeah, we already rounded off that first game earlier. 9 be taking on Cybershock. I think that should be a pretty good game too. And we, as I say, we're working our way through the playoff stage quite nicely. I think we've got some good matches to come.
I think so as well. Can't wait to see them happen, but GG's to both teams that took part into this one. It's over, it's done, and we've still got a couple extra games to go on out here for the day, which are also going to be a lot of fun. I don't know if you're going to be on them, M&J. I'm definitely not. So we're going to be on to other sets of the time that we were here together, because I definitely did. And, well, up next is going to be OG versus Partizan, and that's going to be rounding out the day.
everyone. But here we have it, Charlie. Into the action we go on Nuke, and already we're seeing some early contact here towards Squeaky. It's by Dragon, but just through the smoke. And now it's going to be the aggression through ramp. Miss flashbang. Won't cost them, though.
No, OG taking the space towards ramp route. Obviously, OG going to be starting on this T side. Unsurprisingly, as Partizan would have selected this CT. I think pistol round could be a real tone setter for how this game's going to look. As these are making their way down towards the lower side, just as the CTs maybe questioning, do they make their way back up? Collins is the only one actually down here for now, has spotted contact. Not going to get punished for it, and he's just going to back away, not give up his life and wait for his team to rotate in. Make sure he's the one with full control of vent, so his team can safely make their way down to the lower side. But look at Nikodos' position. Surely not a double. Will finally get found by Depression, but in the meantime, Prison's find a double.
Yeah, Depression. He saw Crizzen kind of either go down the vent or, I don't know, he just completely lost as to where Crizzen would have been. So Crizzen gets a freebie. Dragon will get one back. But it's still this 2 versus 3. It's going to be tough for Partizan, especially with the lack of a defuse kit and the amount of control that OG have. Dragon, you can slip your way out of this one, but Vladen, he's already backed away. There's no need for Dragon to stick around. Aristos is going to find Dragon, surely. He's in just a better position. He's got the information. And Vladen just looking to save. So OG, it's an important pistol for them to win. Although we are alluding to the fact that OG should win this game, I think we both know how kind of a good CT start can have for I guess the team that haven't looked so favoured. If you get the pistol, OG go for the force, then you get 3-0 up, and then all it takes, first gun round victory, you're 5-0 up. So it's good that OG have got this foundation. It's good they've got the pistol, but I don't like this force from Partizan. I think you know all too well, Charlie, my thoughts on these CT forces, especially quite early on, because for Partizan, you've got to get a result here. You've got to look confident. You've got to find yourselves at least a few rounds if you aren't going to win. And if they lose out to this force, things could get sour quite quickly.
I sort of think maybe that's why they're going for it. It's their CT side in recent times has been very underwhelming and has been quite lackluster. I mean, they're sitting on a 38.5% win rate on this CT side. Their T side's actually pretty good. So it is weirdly the defensive side on this map that has been catching them off. So I do think it's maybe just a bit of a desperate play already. Let's get something back. Let's give us some fighting chance here, just so we can get a way to sort of instantly bounce back into this game. But look, I'm with you. It's a big risk, but it's a high risk environment in this playoff bracket, and sometimes risks are need to be taken. Spook will find the kill on the Dragon. Dependent on what Vladen can do towards the lower side, we might just end up seeing a save from the remaining 3 players.
Yeah, obviously just with Nikodos holding towards vent, we've got a player towards outside, and Aristos, he's going to be manoeuvring through lobby now. Crizzen towards outside, sorry. Vladen will get one, so it's a 4 versus 4, but with Crizzen getting one and securing the second, Depression falling, I think we all are under the impression this round is done. Unless Vladen's MP9 can continue with the amount of damage dealing. He is a dead man, and Collins, you might feel like you can escape here through ramp, but Crizzen's holding, waiting. So there's going to be no extras here for Partizan in the next round, and look, that desperation play is not panned out at all. Obviously, when you go for that second round eco, obviously for Partizan, you're not going to be having all the bells and whistles. It's going to be an investment where it might be kind of premium rifles, low utility. It might be SMGs with a full, but you're never going to have it perfectly, and you're never going to get the AWP. So, look, I guess we are going to be seeing what Partizan go for the full eco here. We could see the AWP in the next, so guess we'll see what happens.
Yeah, it should be an easy one for OG though. This should be one where they just look to build their finances. Start to really make some cash. Out towards A, no messing around. I say Vladen hits a nice shot with the Deagle there. He's still got Dragon on the back of the bomb site. Unchecked for now, but misses the one chance he was given. And an easy clean-up after the first kill from Dragon. OG should just do what they can to minimise these losses. Ooh. And should be the case. They knew where Vladen was. They know roughly the position he's probably going to be coming from. I think it will just be that singular kill. Vladen, though, still has something to say with this Deagle. Obviously, going to be no chance of winning the round, but it's going to be nice just for Partizan to sort of deny OG making too much bank off of a round like this. Important couple of kills for Partizan if they are going to be able to sort of instantly hit the ground running when these full buys are out. Give themselves a chance to reset OG quite nice and early here. Turn the tide, see if they can instantly bring themselves back into the game. So rounds like that can never sort of be understated in terms of the value that they can have it in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, obviously there's a big investment for Partizan. You've got the full buy. You've got the AWP in play for Depression. He's going to have to hit the ground running here if there wants to be a real level of competition between these two sides. Then that's safe to say, right? We need to see Depression hitting heavy, because I know Inferno's a map that's traditionally very difficult to AWP on, but if he has a good game on Nuke, that can translate so easily, and I think a lot of the time on Inferno, when it comes to the AWPing, especially on the CT side, it's all about that confidence. It's all about the peaks towards Banana, about looking to take space in apartments. But Spook, through the smoke, will find Dragon. Collins towards top hut. Vladen offering a quick rotation. Vladen, important kill to find there, though, but with a Molotov drop towards Hell. Nothing he can do regarding rotation. Already Depression on the bomb side, though. He's kind of got to get two, but even spotted now. The T's are going to move their way forward. And they just head down the mini ramp. This is so tough for Depression to realize. He's going to be swinging off his teammate, but they've heard the double doors. Arastos will find two, and now Vladen, all that remains, 1 versus 3. There's nothing he can do in this round. Saving has got to be the game plan, but 3, 2, 1. Oh, he's not even spotted him. How have we seen missed shots from Nikados? But Vladen now, 1 versus 2. The bomb's yet to go down. OG, what are we doing? We're giving opportunities away to Vladen.
You can fully utilize the smoke as well. Through the smoke has been spotted. Arastos goes down. Adam B is below him. It's tough to clear from Vladen, so he's just going to back away through the smoke. Adam B has a decent idea of this. But
Give him an angle, though.
Still wins it. 1v3.
Not only a 1v3, Charlie, he gets the ace. If Adam B just stays tucked in the corner, I don't even think Vladen registers. But they've just been given kills there. Partizan were down and out in the round. Vladen gets 1 early on. He then gets 1 towards outside. Obviously brings the deficit from a 1v3 to 1v2. And for some reason, they're not playing in a position that can be traded. I know the smoke's down, but all you need to do there is either look to back away and kind of stay tucked towards dark. You could play kind of a dark and what? Where was the bomb plant? I've completely lost my train of thought. Toxic, yeah, that's the one. You can play that setup, but I just don't know why you'd be open from dark. I don't know why you'd be playing so kind of carelessly. And I think OG already is showing the slight cracks in this team. I don't want to say that they're not going to synergize well, but little post plants like that where you're messing things up shouldn't really be happening. Obviously, the round could have all been circumvented if Nikados just hit the shot. But the missed shot's there. It's given a chance to Vladen.
I mean, that's the thing. I was going to look at things in a complete sort of opposite way and look more to what that means for Partizan. Is that round in general felt easy for OG.
Oh, 100%.
The way that they found the kills, the way that the round worked, it did feel like it felt very simple. And if that round wasn't one from Partizan, we'd probably see a 5-0 start from OG, which already on the T side, anything you get more off of that, I mean, the bonus is brilliant. Great for Partizan to win that. Slightly concerned that you are just relying on Vladen. 9-2, he's having a monster game so far. But what if he isn't there to get the 8? What if he isn't there to get a 1v3? Don't get me wrong, he certainly gives and buys time for Partizan to sort of sort themselves out a little bit on this CT side before things get too out of control. But OG, if they can't just replicate that, and Partizan can't have a good response other than just Vladen, maybe that might not mean too much.
Obviously, as well, I think Vladen's taking a little bit more of a supportive role here. But Arastos has got a double towards A, and again, just a very easy round. Vladen, look, you're in a 1v3 in the last round, you're in 2v5 this time. Again, though, Partizan had a player jump spotting towards B in Vent, and then they rotated him up, and they still had 2 more players down on the B bomb site. Again, quite similar to that second round force. It seems like Partizan are making some really risky plays, because they just know that if they go for a simple default, they're going to get destroyed. And in doing so, it gives so much space away. Look, Partizan, you're already showing that kind of worrying sign where a team is already making silly decisions that they don't have to be making, all kind of on a bit of a whim. Just, well, I think it's going to be B, so let's rotate players down. It can work, it can be brilliant. But in the same regard, when the round just goes like that for OG, it looks really silly. I mean,
it's something that I've said to you sort of most times that we watch Nuke. I've always been a firm believer of, I actually think the CT side of this map is harder if you don't know what you're doing.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Just because you can look really foolish with the amount of space that's given up. I mean, the CT side is all dependent on rotations, and you've got to make sort of calculated risks and gambles. You see plenty of teams when there's 3 CTs alive and around. you have to give up control. You have to give up ramp. You might even give up A, give up outside, which is a common thing you see. You have to give up space to the T. It's a big map, and there's a lot of room that they could sort of sneak through the gaps and punish you. And Partizan, weirdly, that feels like it has been the case, but it doesn't actually feel like it should be, because this is a team that play a decent amount of Nuke. I mean, look, they play a lot of CS in general, but look, 15 maps of Nuke, you would hope in the last 3 months that they might have been able to sort something out. And some results they can get a close. It's just damn in the amount of dominant losses this team has suffered on this map.
Yeah, obviously recently losing 13-3 to Zero Tenacity, I think that one's going to sting. Obviously, they still won that series, I believe, so I don't think that's the end of the world. But overall, I think we do have to say for Partizan, something that we're not seeing all too often is we're seeing a lot of the spams of the outside smokes. We're not really seeing the nades of the smokes. We're not keeping kind of OG so slow behind them and having to burn more utility themselves. And that's why we've seen players be able to get down towards secrets so comfortably for OG. And that's what's also causing the over-rotation from Partizan is all we need to see, just a nade of those smokes and just kind of chain those HEs, just drop them towards ZywOo. You can just chain those HEs and just ensure that OG, if there's a player looking to cross, they're going to be caught in the open. If there is no one behind it, you gain valuable information. And if they are sat behind red box, they're going to have to use even more util to cross. It just seems like for OG, they are being given far too many liberties here, and I think that's going to cost them. And Dragon, caught off guard, that's an irretrievable rifle as well, and for the pistols in play, they're going to be a little bit disappointed about that. But Adam B, great double there. Nothing that Kindo could do. Dragon 1-6, Kindo 0-6. Collins and Depression both with 1. Vladen has over double. No, Vladen has 3 times the amount of the rest of his team's kills combined.
I mean, it's been a very good T-side from OG. They've been not afraid to use the clock whatsoever. And then when they do finally look to push into a bomb site, into certain real estate positions, always looking sharp with the rifles. I do think it has to be said now, though, that we are sort of harping on a bit already about Partizan and what to expect and what we've seen. But we are coming into this series expecting Partizan to lose Nuke. OG are a very good Nuke team. It is their home turf. It is their map. And I honestly think, although the vetoes on paper, it certainly feels like it should lend itself to be that third and final map. The vetoes in general felt very favoured to OG. Partizan don't really play Nuke, but they look to ban Train. If Partizan opted to ban Nuke instead, OG would have instantly picked Train. It's a map that they do pick if Nuke is banned. It's a map that they haven't played a huge amount of times, but they have looked very good when they have played it. So I always think things were going to be tricky for Partizan on map number 1 anyway. It's just going to need to be sort of looking forward. If things do continue this way, looking forward to, let's make sure we can bounce back with Inferno. And a good way to do that is making sure you can at least have a bit of fight on map number 1. You highlighted Dragon, Kindo. I mean, even pretty much the rest of the team, bar Vladen, really. This is where we want to just see, get some decent moments, get yourself warmed up, have some nice clutch rounds. We've already seen that from Vladen, but it's certainly not a one-man show here that we can expect from Partizan.
Yeah, no, and obviously, especially on a map like Nuke, I feel like you have to have everyone fragging because there's so many different facets of kind of success. You're going to have OG, whether they want to push towards ramp, whether they want to head to A, whether they want to go towards outside. You have to have everyone successful because without it, you're just going to be losing those individual fights. You're going to be losing those individual kills and in doing so, giving up so much space. But so far, we're, 5-1 up for OG, expected 6-1. Arguably a 10 out of 10 performance here from OG. I can't feel like there's anything that they've done wrong. Okay, yes, that 3 versus 1 that they kind of threw away to Vladen. But apart from that, their team size
I can certainly think of one thing they did wrong at least. Yeah. But apart from that, look, I think...
a knife kill going to happen, by the way.
There we go. I was just wondering if Collins going to look for a bit more. He does get a knife. Kindo, if he can do something here, only able to find 1. Still a chance in this round, though, now. Somehow, perhaps another mistake from OG. Maybe a usage of taking their time might come back to haunt them, but Collins will fall towards main. Dragon, a real chance to let himself make some noise on this map.
Yeah, the positive thing for Dragon as well is Aristos is a bullet from death, and Nikodos does have the orb. So, when it comes to... Oh, okay. Well, the nade will take down Aristos. He looks for a frag beforehand. I really like that from Aristos. Reposition. He's just going to be holding for the bomb. There is a smoke here for Dragon. He could just drop off the hut. Oh, okay. Well, this gets difficult. Smoke is on the bomb there. There's a nade for the smoke, which is just going to blow open and spot him not on it. And he realizes this is perfect. Absolutely brilliant from Nikados. Dragon has retrieved the defuse kit, but there isn't much time. He goes for the no-scope in the smoke. He gets the knives off. Oh, it was right down to the wire. We've seen 2 knife kills in the same round, but OG successful. 6-1. Wow. What an interesting round. It went from, what, 4v3 with a near kind of guaranteed round to a knife kill in the final moments. But I guess that's what we've come to expect.
Yeah, nice attempt from Partizan to at least try to make that one look plausible and doable again, but Nikados just having that HE grenade initially, spotting no one's on the bomb, wasting a lot of Dragon's time. He has no choice but to stick it at the end, and it all comes down to does the knife connect, and sadly for Partizan it does. 6 rounds found, so OG at a minimum will find themselves a leveled up half.
Oh, it's a brilliant performance so far. Obviously, Aristos has already been so heavily chipped away at, and there isn't an AWP in play, in fact. But, AWP or not, opening kills found by OG. Great opener there from Spook. Absolutely brilliant. And then this is the difference. Partizan, you know, we've got Depression just holding from heaven. Why isn't he jiggling? Spook can easily just find that kill, kind of just slowly searching above the smoke. He just has such an advantage in that fight. And again, even though a lot of damage has been dealt to Aristos, he can still send utility. He can be a bit of a ruse. He can opt for a bit of a fake here towards A, because he's still towards top lobby. Aristos is kind of had this game plan regardless of HP, and I like the fact that OG is looking to continue to have this control, because it means that there isn't going to be a push through outside. There isn't going to be a push through lobby that they can flank for. I really like this from OG. They found another pick onto Kindo. It's a 5 versus 3, and Dragon's going to look to aggress. If he does find this kill,
there is the bomb there.
Yeah, exactly.
Timing's going to be interesting here. Anabi has just backed away slightly. The CTs are still pushing. He's now got a teammate by his side. It's going to be a 2v2 towards Secret, and Dragon does get a double.
It's 20 seconds left. There's 20 seconds on the clock. This is the problem with messing with the time. And they're going to be heading here towards top. Secret Nikados will find Dragon. No one's gone down the vent. Vladen does have an escape route. Oh, why are they not playing this for kills? I don't think he's going to get the time. How have they not realized that you have to just kill him? They should have continued to head down Secret. Again, OG. What are we doing? The only 2 rounds they've lost in this has been Vladen clutching 2 1v3s. Obviously, that one's a little bit of an odd clutch, but there's 20 seconds on the clock and the bomb is dropped towards top Secret. You cannot physically get there in time. You're going to have to hunt him. But OG potentially thinking they've got a little bit more time on their hands. But for Partizan, I guess they're gifted a second, but it's more, can they capitalize off this? There's 2 mistakes that have been made from OG, and even after the first, OG were back to winning ways. So for Partizan, we've got to see a 3rd, we've got to see a 4th. Honestly, if they don't find 6 on the CT side, I'm very worried.
Yeah, I mean, obviously just Dragon in that one. We asked someone to step up around Vladen. Finally, we did see that. Aristos again just bullied very early towards Squeaky Door. Unfortunately for Partizan, they never seemingly able to find that final bullet that would take him out and give them the man advantage.
Dragon in this round. Always love this angle, just denies any kind of late aggression towards Secret. The big issue though is oh, Kindo gets a double. Okay, this is great from Partizan. Finally looks as though Dragon as well. I was worried about that peek just in case he gives the kill away. Nikados won't be able to spot. Oh, okay, Dragon taking a bit of a risk. FAMAS of Depression will find, and it's Crizin in a 1v4. Aggression towards lobby, but just not possible. Kindo gets his 3rd of the round. Quadruples his kills in 1 round, but Partizan, they're slowly chipping away at the money of OG. Should be an investment from OG. Aristos and Adam B can both bring out Galils. The rest of the team can get out a perfect investment. AWP on Nikados as well. OG slightly punished for that error, but I don't think they're worried. I don't think they're feeling any trepidation whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, no need to yet.
They've got 6 rounds on the T side.
Oh, the Mag 10 of Aristos finds a double and Nikados outside. Takes down Collins.
Anyone that discredits the Mac 10, I always just... There's a moment like that where it's kind of aggression towards ramp or a fast play through A, where I'm just thinking, no other gun can have that same level of threat. You can't run and gun with an AK like you can with a Mac 10.
To be fair, I think the recent games I've seen here in the Proving Grounds in the Swiss stage would probably prove that point wrong. I've seen some of the craziest kills with AKs. The amount of jumping kills I've seen with an AK recently is outrageous. And it just makes me really sympathise for the players who get taken down to it.
Tough one.
But yeah, certainly not the same potency.
Well,
Obviously,
obviously,
you will find 7.
Yeah.
What a start to that round. Aristos finds a double. We see the AWP ring out outside. And Partizan again, going to be limited.
yeah, money trouble's been consistent here. I was a little bit worried that Depression, he dropped the AWP to Kindo and then took it back, and I was thinking, are we having a change of AWP mid-game?
Sort of thrown back to the old mouse sports.
Oh,
Appreciate wielding the AWP on that map instead of Oscar. They're
Living
close
in
to
the past.
squeaky here with this UMP.
forget the name of it.
But
Such
you
a
don't
rare
see,
weapon.
Yeah,
You don't see it,
you see
yeah.
it a bit more now.
I saw someone bring out the PP Bison in one of these games, and I genuinely was there for 30 seconds trying to figure out what the gun was called again.
I saw my first MP7, I think, yesterday.
Oh,
The
okay.
day before. First time I've seen it, honestly, in probably about 4 years.
So the MP5, I think the MP5 is the least. It's got to be the least used because the PP Bison is at least funny.
How have we
Same
got
with the-
another knife kill?
Yeah, Kindo just sat in the vents. He's waiting for kind of a slow drop there, and it gets a freebie.
I mean, look, you've had it all this game. You certainly can't complain. 3 knife kills. We've had a 1v3. Had a round 1 by taking down the bomb carrier. I mean, we've had it all already.
Yeah, and we're 10 rounds into the series.
Yeah, I
Do
mean,
we think?
I
If,
used
do we
to
think
see.
if? No, you go.
You used to see a few MP5s actually. Well, this round probably will just stall out for the T's. You used to see quite a few of them, even when the MP9 was so good. But that never made a lot of sense to me. But you used to have sort of players playing it on balcony, on
think-
the apartments.
Just suppressed, right? That's got to be the only benefit.
Yeah.
I actually really like this call from OG. Kindo's now 4 HP. It is this playthrough B. If they clear properly, okay, well, Vladden can get 1. Trade has been seen from Aristos. 10 seconds on the clock, and we've got... Yeah, Nikodos kind of has to find 2 at least there, maybe even 3 or 2 and live, but they're all going to be heading through single door. Aristos, he will get his first. 9 HP missed AWP shot here from Depression with the USB in hand. Again, Aristos, how many times are we going to see this man down to 9 HP? At least the bomb's planted for OG. It means they're going to have a little bit of extra cash. Players like Adam B, like Spook, are going to be getting a much better buy because of it. Still though, 7 on the T side. What I was about to say was, are we worried for Partizan if this game ends kind of maybe like a 13-5, 13-6? Because what confidence are you going to be bringing to Inferno? Obviously, you know all too well that I'm all about the confidence when it comes to these teams, and I think a lot of this game has to be based on confidence because you'll see a player get kind of a quad kill and then bang, they're right back in the game. So do you think that could be an issue for Partizan if this game gets a little too dicey?
Not majorly. I think the team's got a lot of experience, and a result like that never really feels like it phases Partizan. They've got a lot of resilience in this team. I expect them to be able to bounce back on map number 2, regardless of the scoreline, really. But they give themselves a chance here, 3-on-3. Dragon has been battered and bruised, and Colin's been tagged down as well. And I do have so much on the clock. There's no need to rush anything.
Timing for Depression's brilliant, though. He was holding from heaven, now about to post a... Whoa, well, from good timing to worse.
Yeah, just had a slight look in there. Paranoid
The
about
thing is-
outside, so he gives up all this room to the T's instead.
They can be reboosting into heaven. I don't mind this at all. The problem is, the T's might already be up in heaven. If they clear Depression, I think this round gets really chaotic. The Depression will get 1. Brilliant here. Aristos might be more inclined. Well, I say forget about Dragon's position. He doesn't. He will find the pick. Spook needs to be cautious here. 5-7 not connecting though, and it's all on Collins. Taking space now here towards lobby. Has he been spotted? Aristos, it feels like he spotted him. Nice find there from Collins, and he can back away and find 2. 5th bound for Partizan, the saving grace. A lot of their rounds, though, Charlie, 3 of their rounds out of their 5 have come out of kind of clutches and moments in which OG should be winning the round. So I think we do have to say, Partizan, this scoreline could be a lot more one-sided.
See, I actually think it's more than 3, because you also have that triple from Kindo that won a round. It feels like,
Of course.
honestly, near enough all of their rounds came off the back of an individual. I don't necessarily look at that as a horrendous thing. We did say, at least for map number 2, we want these guys to be able to step up, and I think at the very least, they have all have their moments, so hopefully that is going to be something. They have given themselves a fighting chance, though, and we know their CT side is poor. Who cares how you get the rounds as long as you do get some? It's still going to be a difficult time for Partizan here, but a pistol round certainly takes away some of that pressure.
Yeah, Adam B chipped away to 11 HP. They could decide to dive their way through hell, but it's going to be a play down towards the B-bomb site. Oh, Spook taken down instantly, and no possibility for a second from Crizzen. So not only is it a man advantage scenario for Partizan, but there's a low HP out and B to deal with. Aristos could have caught the bomb carrier. That would have been so fortunate. But Vladen still yet to punch in the digits. Dragon here from Ramp. Aristos needs to clear this. Aristos still fighting here on the backside. Dragon will get the pick. Adam B, he's still low from that initial engagement. Nikados will get 1. 2 versus 3 now. Adam B needs to hit some nice shots here. If he can get 1 kill from 11 HP, he gives Nikados a fighting chance, but it's an Adam B 1v3, and Vladen will get a second of the round. Partizan with the pistol. If there isn't a force from OG, we'll be seeing a 7-7 near guarantee from Partizan. We're 6-1 down.
And this is the thing, you can never count out Partizan. They're a team that do have a lot of grit, a lot of resilience. I saw a game in the Swiss stage. I wish I could remember what it was. Team led 8-4 on their T side and still lost Nuke. Only able to get a single round there throughout the rest of the game. I really wish I could remember who it was, because I remember watching that and thinking that's a real missed opportunity. But here, just the second round eco. OG want to get the weapons out. They know that they're the better team on this map, and they want to allow Partizan to take the lead, which would be quite a shock to the system. Look, we haven't even really spoken about it yet. Just because this did feel like smooth sailing all the way throughout for OG, there's a lot of questions thrown towards OG if they do end up losing this game.
Oh.
Some of the rounds that they've lost, and in the manner that they've lost them, feel very easy just to sort of not to make those mistakes. It feels harder to lose the round than it does to win it at that point. And somehow there has been a couple of those. Probably the worst player I've ever seen. From Dragon, so he will get taken down for that.
I don't like the Vladen tier alone either. I know he's going to get 1, but there is the AK here. Good decision from Vladen. Recognizing that it was the USP that he's just taken down, so there's probably another. Reposition out of Vladen. Brilliant. He's going to reposition again. Eagle in play here for Nikados. Great awareness from Vladen. And now the hunt begins. Kindo will find Vladen with 3. He can retrieve the AK as well. Nice round there from Vladen. Gotta say, he's under a lot of pressure. All 4 of the remaining CTs were looking to converge on his position, but yeah, that's a rough one. No really excuses. 7-7 though. The fact that Partizan could take the lead here is crazy. They were 6-1 down. This game was finished in my mind. But again, as you say, not only should Partizan's opponents not overlook their grit and resilience, but maybe I should have shown them a bit more respect.
I mean, they did look sort of dead in the water on this map very early, but you know, to turn things around here.
And again, you know, a lot of this success has come off the back of Vladen. He's 15-6, but as you mentioned, moments like Vladen's ace, moments like that, where he's allowing his team to get back in the game, that is what's so vital. You're giving your team more time, giving them kind of opportunity. That's all you need. Already rotating here is Crizzen. Collins deleting though. Partizan, they've got the man advantage now in this one. Depression. Playing from top silo. Collins. Oh, nice trading there from Spook and Adam B. Dragon.
How many players there are?
Yeah, great awareness. And that is the bomb dropping now. It's a 2 versus 3, but Partizan, they were the ones to get the opening kill. But again, great reactions there from OG. They would have spotted the bomb, and then the continual steps were a clear indication that Partizan were only ever going to go towards the B bomb site. So we did see that double rotation down from both ramp and vent. 30 seconds.
Dragon has to find success here. Sorry, Depression has to find success here.
Unfortunate, they've sussed him out already. Adam B as well, takes down Vlad. It's Depression 1v3. 18 seconds on the clock. CTs don't even need to fight, really. Could look to take him down after time, and that is what Adam B's done. He's already rotated up. It's just playing from top heart. Looking to push through to T-spawn now.
I think OG's economy as well, it's honestly worth just keeping players alive themselves. Their first full buy of this half, you don't want to sort of have your second one and you got FAMASs instantly, so they can't keep 3 players alive, recycle some weapons across. OG will deny Partizan taking the lead here. Very good rotations. Honestly, kind of over rotations, but it feels like OG are aware that Partizan probably aren't going to overcomplicate things on this T side, so it works out very well. Because we could have easily seen the play up A.
Yeah.
Just the steps down, look towards up A. You saw Vladen and Depression have full control of that site.
Again, though, that just shows the kind of slight indifference between these two teams on the T side. Don't get me wrong, we know Partizan prefer it, but again, when they get that opening kill, they had a lot of time on their hands. They could have waited to see both Vladen and Depression take that space on A and then look to make that decision, but they just charged their way down Secret. Spook's in a good position here. We'll find that. Takes down Collins. He's dropped down the vent and doubled his way back. And this is going to give Dragon a lot to think about. He's going to spend a lot of time clearing here towards Secret. Arizona is on the bomb site as well, but because they've heard the vent drop, but then not heard the door, they have to assume that he's here towards Secret, maybe towards Windows. Obviously, though, it's just the double back. Still so much utility here. We've got, what? A molly, 2 HEs, 2 flashes. The money isn't kind of in a perfect spot for OG. But I like the amount of nades they've kept, especially for kind of a retake, blowing open the smokes and whatnot. Seemingly going to be a playthrough A now. Vladen, he's been given a flashbang, I believe, to send over HUT to blind on the back of the bomb site. Dragon, he's going to break the glass and potentially force a rotation now, but they're down the vents. Oh, this is going to be so dangerous when they realise. The setup here is insane here. Great find from Dragon, though. Nikados will get one. Needing to double, though. Ow, okay. OG had a double site setup and one down the ramp. And they're disadvantaged. I don't understand how, but it's happened.
Yeah, I mean, that's OG afforded a lot of space to the team to actually get down vents, but probably due to the fact that, like you said, they did have a strong setup towards B, but just couldn't find the success. The man advantage in the post plant works out for Partizan, can make sure the trades are there, they win their gunfights out. And a quick response. I mean, Partizan probably thought that, oh, we've got a timing down vents here, we can probably push them to a bomb site with only one player, but Dragon is the first kill that he finds on the players in Rafters that changes everything, because that makes life... If Dragon goes down there, I think there is almost no chance Partizan can win that round.
I don't know how
all 3
Dragon's...
remaining players pushing through decon. I mean, it's a horrible position with that setup.
I don't know why. I don't know why Dragon or how Dragon's able to get a kill there. Surely, if you've got a player in ramp and you've got a double B setup, surely you play hidden from windows. I just don't know why you would play open to that angle. And if so, I don't know why you played open and neglect holding it, because then at least you've got... Well, unless if they were holding it, it was just a bad fight. But yeah, I think, again, I don't want to say that round is a mistake from OG. It's just not a great... It's not a good utilization of said setup, but they effectively had 3 players down on the B bomb site, and they went 1 for 3.
Yeah, needs a little bit more there from OG. Obviously, they've been affected financially due to it, so Partizan can find their 9th. Still more action to be had here on Nuke, it seems. At the very least, we've had a nice close game, which is exactly what we want for our final game of the day.
Yeah, of course. Nikados has invested quite a lot in this round, which I don't think is the best idea. So, he has gotten 1. Has doubled down. There's no assistance for him. Finally, we're going to see some movement from main. There's a rotation through Secret as well. Okay, well, fair enough. You want a hero M4 and you do that, I'll be quiet.
Yeah, still the chance for Partizan. They just need to group up and take some space and take it cleanly, most importantly. Depression is surging out towards Hut. There is a play towards Heaven that could be found. Push out any further, we'll find one. This is space now that the T's can look to take towards A.
The bomb drops there.
That's just been retrieved by Vladen.
Okay, yeah, nice. Nice find though by Spook. It's Vladen in the 1v3, and Spook's 5-7 connects to both. OG, bit of a half buy, but the hero rifle of Nikodo's doing the early lifting, and then obviously the retrieved weaponry. OG, you made some mistakes in this game, but a round like that's going to be so helpful because look what it's done to the finances of Partizan. It's going to be a force buy here. If they lose this round, it's going to be an 11-8 scoreline. OG 2 away from taking their map pick. At least you can say for Partizan, they were what, 6-1 down? They brought this to a very competitive game.
Yeah, and that's all the credit to them for doing so. 1-for-1 trade here towards ramp. Nikodos will be able to rotate in.
I dislike that he's just been so kind of worried about that rotation. He could have certainly got there in time, but it's disadvantage scenario now for OG. Collins gets another. Surely the final two just save.
It's a brilliant double. Collins is the only player not with his team. Maybe to win out the 1v1 onto Spook. There's the kill he finds on the rotating Crimson. That, like you said, it feels like it seals the deal of this one. And even on the half by Partizan now have really come into their own from a team who looked like they were just getting bodied round after round.
Obviously, though, for OG, because of the amount of weaponry that was saved in the last round, we are going to be seeing investment for them. Adam B, Nikodos can both drop to Aristos and Crimson, and obviously Spook can buy. But that is contingent on both of these players surviving. So the question is, when are we going to see the AWP in play for OG again? Like it's been quite some time.
Yeah, obviously, I haven't exactly seen the finances in a great spot for this to be an easy choice for OG to make.
They could have brought out on this one. Adam B could have just dropped an AWP to Nikodos. Could have dropped the AK across. They could have the AWP in this round currently. Seems like they're opting against it, which I don't really know why. I think we both.
I mean, maybe it is just because
he's a very hyper player.
Feels like he's playing well with the rifle, and obviously a lot of it can be off of confidence. If he feels like he's doing more with the rifle, then sure, albeit. But sometimes, like you said, the AWP can just get posted up somewhere. It can be such a stable piece, and I think that maybe that is just the decision that for now OG want to make. Certainly could change it in the future though, as we are all square approaching these final rounds or so.
Yeah, this game could get very worrying for OG. Again, Partizan have built up a little bit of a bank, but nothing concrete. Both teams are going to be in a difficult financial position if losing here in number 19. I feel like we're assuming whoever wins this round should find 11. And the fact that Partizan was 6-1 down and they can have not only a justifiable, a very viable chance of victory here. Maybe the smoke though. Collins and Crimson combine. Just the nade of the smoke and they find the frag. And this is exactly what I pointed out that we weren't really seeing from Partizan CT side. Aristos, ammunition could be an issue. Only 11 bullets in the mag. Will just get the one. Depression's trade. Kindo is low himself. This should be a round going the way of OG. Dragon has just heard the drop of the vent, and that's why we're seeing this pivot back towards lobby from Kindo and Depression.
Dragon gonna search something out towards A. 30 seconds on the clock. Play needs to come soon. Through Squeaky, the T's will go. There's a scary prospect towards B.
Yeah, Adam B's in a really good position because he can kind of just pick and choose his fights. He's got a molly and a flashbang. There's going to be a rotation through heaven. Great nade onto Adam. Kindo's low though, and that's the issue. Nikodo's just in heaven. There's nothing that really can be done. Utilities retrieved as well. That is now double digits for OG, and still with the lack of loss bonus, Vladden's going to struggle to buy. Collins is not going to be perfect either. Yes, Kindo can get out an AK and utility. I don't really know what you do if you're Partizan. I think you give up 11. I think you just go for the eco and bite the bullet, because it seems like Partizan, their T side has been good enough. Obviously, though, if they don't feel confident in it, they could go for the investment here, but I think there's just far too much risk to it.
Yeah, I agree. I think I would have preferred the eco, but looking at Vladim's investment,
Yeah, don't love it.
we are going to see the force buy. I mean, we've seen them do it with Tech9 before. They definitely have the chance to do so, but it's just, can you really find that luck twice?
Yeah, like I think at least for Partizan, they brought this game very close. They've been very competitive, which is going to give them a lot of positives when moving to map 2. For OG, I think map 2 is going to be an interesting one, and honestly, I think that's something that OG can't even begin to think about, because if they lose here, I think, you know, I don't think anyone's going to know what happens on map 2 if OG lose on here on Nuke. It's from Chris
Big kill,
again.
found
Yeah.
through the smoke. No one can instantly go for any sort of trade. Gone for a spam a couple of times this time. Does find the kill on Partizan. Actually, are just going to back away, throwing the smokes down towards Secret.
Yeah.
OG
They had
loving this double B play really early into the round.
Yeah, obviously for OG, because there was some contact there, drops down the vent. Partizan, they just look to head elsewhere, which I think is a good decision from Partizan. The issue is, Crisant is still here towards main. He is holding Squeaky currently. Collins looking to take some space. Just a solo A-hold, actually, but Vladden finds quite comfortably. Nikodos will be rotating up, but down the vent is Dragon. Pushing through the Molotov. I love this decision. Nikodos and Spook do find it's a 2 versus 2 now. Aristo still here towards heaven. Collins on the back of the bomb site. Vladden just going to be jiggling out of heart. Oh, were we planting for heaven? Are we really doing that? Well, it's the tap of the bomb, so Collins can get a freebie, and now it's all on Spook. Oh, Collins. Going to go for the plant here. Great HE grenade, a perfect HE. But Vladden's already in the back lines, and Partizan will find 10. Again, it just seems like OG. The double rotation down towards B, and then they just leave the solo. I don't get it. I really don't understand what's going on from OG. They're making so many gamble calls while they're in an advantage scenario with better weaponry. It seems a little bit unnecessary from OG.
I mean, that's the thing. You see a lot of teams, when they send someone B early, they can just play that really tight pixel angle with a smoke in hand ready to drop it so the teams can't get any ground. But OG seem like they want to fight the attack. They want to fight fire with fire, but in doing so, like you said, it's all, this map, this CT side, it's all about rotations, and you leave gaps open. And that's what they did towards A, and Partizan with a good call again. I mean, look, it has to be said, there's a lot of gunfights that could have easily gone against Partizan. The most important one for me is Collins tapping the bomb and finding that heaven play. He didn't even have his teammate with him. His teammate just went to clear out hut, look towards the lobby. So it was a pure 1v1, but Collins has had a couple of these really important kills, and he snuck his way up the leaderboard. But double digits for both teams, and look at the buy from OG.
Yeah, look, Nikodos is going to go... He's got to go nuclear here. He's got the AWP in hand. We're going to see a fast A. Oh, what a call from Partizan. Spook has spotted one, so he will just get a free kill. Might be a trade. Kristen gets... Oh, it's... Wow. Wow. Game of the Force play, is it?
Yeah, it's almost like we got forced by war very late into this one.
It's always such a nice way to finish a game, though. It leads so much excitement. Because you know when you get forced by war at the start and you're like, okay, well, this doesn't massively matter. When there's a continual investment until the end from both teams, and all it takes is, you know, a 5-7 moment of brilliance, Spook finding 2 towards top half with a FAMAS. Nikodos was the one real weapon here. And it's the only person yet to have any impact. Aristos is going to get this final kill as well. He's got the UMP. He's just jiggling. It's all about timing for Collins. Oh, okay, well... Information has been gathered. I like the instant back away from Collins, but I don't think it's really going to matter.
Yeah, I'm not maybe as big a fan of the fast day. I think if you go for fast day, you need to make sure it's fast. We saw Spook able to sort of just spot someone out, reposition, slowly creep closer before the flashes were even there before anyone was actually looking to push. Or I think you do just slow it down and don't allow these pistols to get into what are, on the A-bomb site, very difficult angles to clear. Bomb plants actually could be massive here from Partizan.
Yeah. I actually think for Collins, if he can try and sneak his way out secret, I think that's the best thing he can do. Just keep the AK into the next. You know it's going to be a buy. He's given money to his team. You're never going to win this. It's a 1v4. They're all on the bomb site. Just sneak your way into secret. Well, he's looking for the round and Spook will find him.
I mean, you understand. He's put himself in a position, a tough position.
They're all
But
competitive.
still, he'll want to back himself.
Yeah, of course. Because look, what a round it would be. If he wins the 1v4, however slim, if he wins that round, Partizan win the game. Like, it is done. Just that level of confidence, that just level of ability, the money shattered, it would have been so perfect. But
I do actually think the biggest issue in that round for Partizan, not necessarily the fact that they lost, which obviously not ideal in itself, but how little kills they found. So there are players with money, so when OG, if they do lose this round, they will be able to get still a solid investment.
yeah.
And it's
Just the
never
old
as
rifle.
poor as Partizan's Tech 9s have looked.
Dragon's got so much information. He spotted one towards back icebox. Dragon is so fast here. Again, the nades of these smokes are delaying Partizan progressing down. Spook. Oh, Dragon's already crossed, but I think this is going to be a bit of... Oh, Spook, great awareness. Is holding. Aristos is even going to check it. Well, Dragon gets one. Aristos still just playing very close. Dragon. Oh, great find from Aristos. Tech 9 of Collins connecting, but Nikados on the AWP will find. 3 versus 2 now. Molly and smoke combination. The only way you can take Ramp Collins. Just needs to get the bomb down. Planting now. All 3 retaking from Ramp. Okay. I don't know whether I love or hate this decision, but I guess we'll find out. Oh, Kindo gets a double. Adam B will get the frag, and Collins, he can peek at any moment. Aware that he's probably towards double doors. Collins. Great discipline from Collins. Adam B. I don't know how he's going to win this one now. Because he knows Collins is here. That's the full stick of the bomb. Collins is low and he's going to go for the fight. But he still wins it. Great from Adam. Excellent awareness there. 12 now found. At least for Partizan, they get the bomb down.
Yeah, it's really unfortunate. Great effort from Kindo to find a double. I actually think he does better if he doesn't switch over to the M4, if he just keeps the Galil in hand. Does get found, and Collins not quick enough to get an instant trade, so just tries to play it slow on low HP, but it's been a very close finish here. I mean, this is what we wanted to see from both teams in a round of 16 game. I was worried it was going to be a one-sided nuke, a one-sided Inferno, and then we finally get into the action on Mirage. But it's great to see Partizan can keep things interesting here. I think OG hopefully going to be able to do the same thing on Inferno, but this is the chance now for OG to capitalise.
Yeah, I do think we have to say that Partizan, they have been given a few rounds by OG. And I think that's what's made the game feel a lot closer. But
Equally, same thing on the flip side, though, isn't it?
Yeah, the OG have made far too many mistakes. And these are the type of the mistakes that I think if Partizan were able to pounce on from minute 1, I think we might be seeing a different game here.
All right, yeah, I think OG, well, they were 6-1 up. It probably should have even been sort of 7-0.
Yeah, no,
I think they probably could have found 9 rounds on their T side, at least, perhaps. And yeah, I don't think there's a lot that T's can do. Partizan could do in that spot. Aristos under pressure is just going to back away. Doesn't want to give up the early kill here as the T's do push their way down. Missed shot from Nikados, but Aristos, on the other side of this, will not find anything. Crizing gets a freebie onto Dragon, who just caught out in no man's land.
Yeah, and already we've got so many players down on the B bomb site here. Spook will get one. Reclose of the door. Adam B by his side. 2 versus 3 now for Partizan survival. Contact taken. Depression looking to progress here through single door. He's heard the drop of the vent. Nikados, he was spotted towards ramp a second ago. Gonna send the nade. The timing on this nade. The T's will be able to back away. Contact. They're completely trapped here in single door. Adam B will get one. It's all under pressure. 1v3. And Nikados can just repost on the angle. He is on the bomb site now. Depression. 50 seconds to work with. Has Adam just spotted him? I think Adam might have. Yeah, they definitely know. Depression. Oh, he had an exit route there. But Adam B just holding the lines. Depression goes back for the peak. You understand why. 13-10 here for OG. Going into this game, we expected them to take map 1. They have done so. Maybe not in the fashion that we thought, but Spook had a really good game, 21 and 14. Nikodos as well, pretty consistent. I actually think, I can't really think of a player on the side of OG that didn't have their moment, that didn't really step up. Interestingly, it felt like Crizin on weaker weapons was where things worked out nicely for him, but 13-10, at least Partizan kept things competitive.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of chances actually given up at the end there from both teams. We saw that sort of strange force by war come through. I think Partizan did a great job to make things work with the Tech-9s twice, but they just weren't able to win the round after it either time, and that really made life tricky for them. I think we probably could have went to OT if one of those sort of rounds after we saw Partizan win the Tech-9s did work out. I think Partizan probably make sure they don't make the same mistakes. There certainly is a good chance, but Kinto finds the opening kill here. Kinto finds a double, in fact, finally does get silenced, but the damage has been dealt.
Yeah, obviously, Nikodozi has spotted here in apartments, so we can give this information across that it is going to be this playthrough A. Nikodozi's alone. Molly sent from Vlad and Flashbang over the top as well. And I was worried for a second that you'd get one more, but 2v4 now. I don't think Partizan are going to be too worried, especially after Dragon getting that. But the Kindo double's brilliant. Kind of sets things in motion. A great second there from Dragon. Really nice pistol there from Partizan. I think we do have to note, Charlie, ever since they brought in this full roster, right, at least in the last couple of weeks, I mentioned that of the last 7 series, they've been victorious in 6 of them. It's actually the last 11 that they've been victorious in 10 of them. They've only dropped 1 series in the last 11 days, which is a very, very good stat. 2 of the teams that they have lost to recently are ex-Navi Jr. and Maus. So I guess you can kind of forgive those losses.
Yeah, exactly. They've been on some very hot form. I think this team's starting to shape up to be what sort of OG initially came into this scene hoping for, but never quite had the formula to create this sort of world-beating team that they wanted to. But I think this is really a nice project and a team that's exciting to watch. What a clean anti-eco from Partizan, though. There was a bracket stack that got absolutely obliterated. You'd imagine, see that on paper, you think there'd be a good few kills, but supposedly not. First gun round from OG. This is a real look at what they can show us on the CT side.
Obviously for OG, this has got to go their way. They can't give Partizan too much of a kind of a foundation here on the T side. Nice find from Chris and Collins with the trade though. Spook has been taken down. G-grenade in hand. Flashbang coming over as well just to force the T's back, or the CT's back, sorry. Dragon's taking space here towards A. It's got Vlad by his side. Very worried about the long cubby. It is going to be this play from A from Partizan. I like the speed of their decision making. What we saw in the pistol, we're seeing it here in the first full buy versus full buy.
Best way to catch off your opponent. Never really let them know your next move, and Partizan so far have been showing good signs of that. Smoke towards B has faded now. Partizan are just holding for any sort of aggression that doesn't look like he's ever going to come their way. OG just hunkering down on the bomb site. You can see Kristen's even had a bit of a look towards CT there. All this room's being given towards long, so has to be paranoid about this. But it is going to be this play for A. Smoke down towards Arch, one in Library. And starting to have a crunch.
Down this play through A, but positioning of Aristos is brilliant. Wow. Somehow he gets nothing. That is tough. That is really tough to see. What a disappointing round from OG. It's a 4v4 and they don't get a single kill from that. Great from Partizan though. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, great entries onto the bomb site. So quick. And you can see OG are just playing this 2-2 setup. And as long as the trading's good from Partizan, it always felt like they would put themselves in a good position. But after finding those first 2 kills, there's never going to be a chance. Just a half by here. Obviously, lost bonus has increased now for OG. They'll have money even when they lose a round, so they can't at least always bring out some reasonably okay investments. Again, this bracket setup that we saw previously. This time with some upgraded pistols, can expect a bit more. That's great fun from Spook.
Yeah, not just the USPs in this one. Vladen has got the pick back though on Spook. Ooh, okay. Adam B finds with the CZ. He gets another with the CZ. They've just dropped 2 bodies, and Nikodo's in a great position to find Dragon. Adam B, he's done so much damage to Dragon as well. 1 versus 3 for Kindo, and although he's taking space here towards B, he's taking a lot of damage from Crizzen. I guess a bit of a flip. It's sadly Partizan this time that are making unnecessary errors.
Yeah, and this is the thing. Look, we saw on the eco that OG had, ran a similar setup, but with sort of armor behind it, with upgraded pistols, you can see the damage that seriously can be dealt, and a great round for OG to win. First round on the board for them here on Inferno.
And obviously, it's not as though Partizan's finances were kind of so crazily built up. It will be able to get an okay investment in the next, but honestly, if OG win this one, it's probably a better idea to go for the half bite.
I haven't got to see OG play this map in the Proving Grounds. Not yet, at least. They did play it not too long ago against TPU. As well as, like you said, in Season 1. Very tough opposition there in Fnatic, though. So, I don't think there was majorly high expectations for that series at all. I think a lot of people were expecting that one was going to be a Fnatic win. So, yeah, Inferno always has been an interesting map, and it does tend to be a map that OG don't necessarily look to ban, but haven't necessarily quite found the way to make it fully click just yet.
Yeah, it seems like they dislike Dust, they dislike Inferno, and I think they're just kind of questioning which one to generically ban. I think that's the issue whenever there's been kind of 2 recent changes in maps. Obviously, Train has been in for quite some time now, but there's still a lot of teams that aren't 100% confident in it. And obviously, with the reintroduction of Overpass, I think there is going to be a lot of teams that are going to have to massively change their map pool. Which, honestly, I don't mind. The fact that we do still have Dust, Inferno, and Mirage in the map pool is always a personal sadness. But
I mean, look, we've actually had a couple of changes, because obviously Train came in at the start of this year.
yeah.
And then having Overpass as well, I've had quite a few recent changes, but I think it just keeps the map fresh, keeps the game exciting. I think that's what we want to see. But yeah, like you said, it's left a lot of teams in weird spots where they don't really want to play Train, but you've just had Overpass as well. So it's, you've got a ban in Train, but you don't have an instant map that you're looking to play. So it's almost like you want 2 bans, but yeah, not really how things work. So a lot of teams in sort of difficult spots, but who is also in a difficult spot is Partizan in this round, losing Kindo and Dragon. So 5 on 3, and Partizan are just going to scurry away and go for the save.
Yeah, the fact that Dragon's one of these players that's been taken down, obviously, he's one of the players that could have gotten a bye if they lose. Depression can drop a Galil over to Kindo. This isn't going to be the worst of investments in the next for Partizan, but again, necessary victory for OG. It's what we recognise was a bit of a problem for Partizan after they won that first kind of thrown away round where Vladan gets the 1v3. They weren't able to capitalise on that success. Yet here for OG, a bit of a mistake made from Partizan against the half-bye, and OG on their next full investment have found success. So an opportunity for OG now to break the finances of Partizan. As we mentioned before, it's not going to be the most perfect of investments, but if OG want a fighting chance of taking the series 2-0, it's got to be a victory obviously in this map, and they're going to have a really good CT side, because both their CT and T sides have been poor in the past.
Yeah.
The only way I'd feel confident that that they'd win this game is they've got to at least level the playing field here on the CT side, just because Partizan do favour that T side so heavily. Obviously for Partizan, they've been on a great streak of success here on Inferno. You just have to look back to their last 11 matches. They've only lost 2, both of which being 13-7 losses. And I know there's been some close games here or there, some 13-10s, 13-11s, and obviously that 19-17. But a vast majority of their victories have been quite dominant. Very regularly single-digit successes from their opponents, and really low scorelines, 13-5s, 13-4s. So Inferno's been very impressive, but nice find here from Crizzen. Trying to evade the bullets, he sends the nade, and great damage onto Kindo.
Yeah, Collins will actually be able to get a kill back elsewhere though, so it does keep this one as a 4v4, but brilliant damage onto Kindo. Shame for OG that they couldn't actually find that frag in general. But still, there are 3 players here towards B for the CT side. A lot of weight on Arizos, just a solo hold off A.
Yeah, he has recently just dropped the smoke, and obviously in doing so, the issue is Depression can hear this jumping, and Spook has just backed away, just going to be jiggling. I much prefer this decision.
forced even further back now. Russian will force out this smoke grenade, and it's not unbelievable, but the smoke will bloom to cover this angle. And again, OG, a double rotation over towards B. There is no defined end goal just yet for Partizan, but with Collins making his way up towards second mid and Depression leaving Banana, it does feel like he's going to be a playthrough here. I think the only way that OG attempt this round is if Arizos finds a double.
Yeah, I also do heavily dislike a triple B setup without looking to take space, but they've dropped a smoke towards long, so Partizan have given some early indicators, steps are being heard, and there's going to be a rotation in from Library at the right time. There just needs to be a spam through Library, but a great flashbang Collins. It was his own flash that netted that frag, and it is surely just a save here from OG. Something so continually seen here on Inferno is just those saves, but again, OG is what we saw in Nuke. It was those double rotations, those unnecessary double rotations that have caused a little bit of difficulty here.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable flash from Collins.
Just find it for so long.
Yeah, I'm going to need to learn that exact one, because it feels like a great flash to sort of just send yourself in to entry it. There's a bit of a solo queue flashbang for, I think, people at home to learn as well. But OG, of course, look, it's Inferno. It's one of those maps that you do just end up seeing a lot of, honestly, even reasonably close rounds just have to be saved. 4v4s, 3v3s. If you don't have the util, if you don't have the kits, you just got to back away. And OG being disadvantaged here, there's no chance. I watched GG How yesterday play against Tricked in the final game of the Swiss stage. On Inferno, I'm pretty sure GG How saved back-to-back-to-back 3 4v4s.
Did they win the game?
I don't remember if they won Inferno, but they did end up losing the series. I think they ended up losing the series on Nuke.
So I've got mad respect for a team that continues to save and then eventually wins the round, wins the game because of it.
They did end up losing Inferno.
Yeah. Partizan finding 4. Taking space towards top Banana. And the fact that hasn't been met with any contact from OG, it's kind of drawn Partizan in. Or do they know the Orb's in play? Very unnecessary from Collins.
Partizan looked like they wanted to go quicker towards B. They're not ready for the AWP to be elevated up. The boost comes through from Bladden, tons of damage dealt. It sort of fell off the boost, which looked like he probably would have given him just that sort of half a second to actually connect the first 2 bullets onto Nikodos, but it's not going to be here. Partizan will have to play this one out disadvantaged. So the only real estate they have is towards B here, so it might not feel all too safe backing away with not a huge amount of utility at this point in the round.
It's this triple B setup. Nikodos just playing from dark. You can just hold. And Partizan, they're going to have to employ some patience, as there has just been a smoke thrown towards top Banana. They don't have an HE to blow it open, so they're going to have to wait another 10 seconds before they decide to go. And in doing so, it just leaves them with such little time. They do have a molly for dark. Vladden needs to send that now. Flashbang coming through, though. Even that might delay the aggression, and Nikodos will get one. No molly here for Spook's angle. Vladden's molly eventually finds Nikodos, but Crizzen patiently waiting, can push through the smoke at any moment. He's going to do it now. We'll get one, and with Spook finding the bomb carrier, it leaves Vladden in a 1v3. No time, no chance, and OG will secure themselves their 3rd round here. And again, money's not great here for Partizan. We know that Vladden can drop for Dragon, but there's going to be limitations, whether it's Galil's, whether it's utility. Obviously, though, Nikodos finding 2 here with the AWP is brilliant. It's what gives them their slight edge in most moments in the round. Obviously, it gets the 5v4, and similarly, it gives them that kind of advantage with such minimal time. Again,
yeah, a lot of that round did look like it was conditioned off of Partizan going fast towards B, but as soon as Collins goes down, they feel like they have to slow that round completely, but they just had no space towards the rest of the map, so it didn't feel particularly safe clearing out certain positions late into the round, so it was always going to be this B playing. OG were very much primed for it. So 1 kill, what a difference that made in the early round department. Up again towards this side of the map.
yeah, and I think Partizan, with the defensive approach that OG have taken towards B once again, they've probably recognised, well, the triple B with the AWP there worked in the last, so they're probably going to do it again. Smoke towards apartments. Aristos has got a lot of work to do here, and he's yet to find a frag. Landing from the flashes is Aristos. He gets one. Adam B finds as well. Reposition out of Aristos. Excellent there to find his second of the round. And now, all about staying alive. He will spot out many. I don't really know why he's dropped the right-click HE grenade there. Just needs to get his gun out. But Molly on the bomb plant. It's going to force Kindo out. Spook is creeping closer and closer. Smoke now fading. Positioning of Spook is brilliant. He gets the first. And with the bomb dropped, it makes it so tough. But Spook goes for the fight. Best Collins. And OG, it's now 4-4.
You should have a good chance to take the lead here, as Partizan cannot justify going for any sort of investment here, really. Maybe a couple of upgraded pistols at best. But shouldn't see a whole lot more than that. And that initial start from Partizan, where they found 3 in a row. OG have been able to claw their way back into this game on the CT side. You highlighted, they haven't really got a favoured side on this map. Been pretty poor on both sides recently. Last 3 games that they played, they have looked significantly better than they have in the past. Been okay at both sides there. We'll see if they can replicate that. Vladin quick here. The flashbang's perfect. Niktos will go down. Spook's not able to get the trade, and another flashbang forcing him off the angle. This is an ult that has been retrieved. Well, it hasn't actually yet been retrieved.
And it might not.
Finally is so, but really well handled from the 2B players there. Crism rotates in and finds himself a kill as well. First kill on the AWPer, and then you see the flashbang fly over, Spook forced back. Felt like if Partizan continued just to sort of body their way into the bomb site, felt like they would at least be able to maybe find a bit more success. But look, it was always going to be around this difficult for the T's. OG taking the lead now for the first time on this map.
Yeah, obviously for OG, they sent that HE grenade down banana or anything. That's what slowed up the T's slightly. It's alright, so they just kind of halted their positions. But yeah, no, I think if they continue their push, I think they find Spook there. And that's where it's just a one-man defender against 5. Deep smoke here sent from OG. After finding banana control, and this is going to be an absolute bloodbath. We will see the trades and the frags go the way of OG. So man advantage now for the CTs. Partizan, they've lost a little bit of ground here towards banana, so in doing so, they've got Vladin in apartments. I feel like Inferno, there's always that push and pull. It's always kind of the seesaw effect, I guess, is, well, if you're going to take space towards banana, we're going to have apartments for free, and vice versa. So, Nikodos, though, posting up with the AWP, creates issues as he finds Dragon, and 4 versus 2 now. OG, they can just play a 3-1. I don't mind this at all. You understand that Nikodos is alone, but he's got a smoke. He's just posted up with the AWP. There is 2 smokes, a molly, and a flash, though, for Partizan. But with it being a 2 versus 4, I feel like they've got to get a kill before they drop all this utility. Otherwise, it's pretty evident as to what's going to occur. But smoke now dropped from Nikodos, and Partizan, it looked like they wanted to give this round a go. And now, they're just going to tuck their tails between their legs and head to T-spawn for a save. So, 6-4 scoreline for OG. Look, as I said before, I'm only going to feel confident or only going to feel like OG have a chance if they get 6. The fact they could find more is crazy, and it will be, I guess, an investment around these 2 saved AKs, which not only do I really dislike, but it kind of has to be the decision now, because there's going to be 2 weaker weapons in the next as well. So you either get 2 rounds with weak weapons in both, or you go for the full buy here. It's just such a silly decision.
I mean, I do think Partizan probably will go for the force buy. I think the eco should be the better play. And I see like they are going for the half buy.
Yeah.
Because it is full loss bonus.
If they get a bomb plant, at least.
If we have a bomb plant, yeah, the buy's going to look near enough perfect. So I do think this is a better caller. You've got 2 rifles to use here. You've got 3 upgraded pistols. We know what these guys can do with these weapons. So you still give yourselves a reasonably solid chance here. You're going to be a bit lighter on util than you would have liked to be. I suppose the caveat to that is you can probably take this space a bit more confidently, just running and gunning with a weapon like a Tech 9 or something.
Yeah, Vladimir, got so many frags with the Tech in this series already throughout both Nuke and Inferno here. He's had a lot of success, but Kindo falling early was one of those Tech 9, so we still got both the rifles in play.
Look at this stack from OG. There are 4 players towards B.
Fortunate there for Crizin. He kind of just jiggles with the util in hand. He's going to double back. Crizin gets a freebie onto depression with util. That is the bomb. Great find from Adam B. Crizin through the smoke. A great play from Crizin. And Adam will find Dragon as well. Barely any damage taken there from OG. 7-4 now the scoreline. And Partizan feel pressed. They're going to have to take another pause. OG, they are in a very decent position now, we have to say.
I mean, when you consider they're 0-3 down as well.
Oh, yeah.
Even more so. Yeah, some really interesting decision makings from rotation. I'd love to just sit down with Crizin and the team in general, just pick their brains as to what is the decision making with all these rotations. We saw it in Nuke a couple of times where it didn't work out, where they sort of send 2 players towards B instantly and they leave a lot of room for A to be punished. They did the same thing in a round like that. 4 players towards B after. This is after they found the opening kill as well. So even then, still wanting to have 4 players on that side of the map, you leave Aristos very isolated on A, and I think if Partizan just sort of threw caution to the wind and sort of looked to swarm onto the A bomb site, I'm not saying they would have necessarily won the round, but if they could have found Aristos cleanly, you're in a great spot. Another weapon that can be retrieved, you've got 3 rifles, can get us set up for a post plant.
Honestly, though, we've seen it from Crizin kind of since his time on Mouse, though, right? Mouse NXT. He always loved the gamble call, always liked that kind of, I guess, strategic risk. Because, okay, yeah, if you get it wrong, it means that, and they're fast on A, you're just going to save. But, again, it's that same idea of, okay, well, even if we get it wrong, we're going to have a perfect buy in the next. There's no issues there. Nice flashbang to keep them at bay. A lot of damage has been dealt to Dragon, and Molly now at Aristos' feet. Aristos kind of needing to double. We do have the AWP in play for Nikodos, but with Kindo finding Spook elsewhere, this round gets quite difficult. Nikodos has to find here, but with the smoke down, he's going to nade. Crizin gets 1. All 3 eyes are on him, but Crizin with a second. 2 versus 2 now. A real possibility in this round. Crizin taking his time for the fight. Good reposition here towards apartments. Oh, he has just spotted Vlad, and flashbang comes through in the flash. That's kind of what causes Crizin's demise. Unnecessary there, and they're going to double peek. Or are they? They're just staying behind default. I don't mind this at all. Nothing that Nikodos can do. Yeah, it seemed like that flash was a real issue for Crizin. It's because he throws it towards short. Why doesn't he just throw it so it pops inside the bomb site? You'd still get the same effectiveness of the flash. The difference is Crizin wouldn't have to turn away from it.
Yeah, they did feel like there was someone holding towards short that whole round, and Crizin sort of took the time to be able to advance towards Hairbear slightly. Yeah, a bit of a missed opportunity there, perhaps, for OG. But a nice attempt from Crizin. Both CTs were tagged away slightly, so maybe Vladin would have still found the kill anyway. But look, it's just these minor things that you'd like to sort of see the outcome of. 7-5 though, it is OG winning the half. If they can win the pistol, they really platform themselves to a possibility of a 2-0, and a high possibility at that, even on a map that they haven't looked all too great on.
Obviously, Aristos hasn't been the perfect performance from him, but as we have seen, he was that kind of solo A player for a lot of the game, so you can understand why. Nice find from Adam B though, with the opening kill going the way of OG. They've got a good base now. Solo B defense from Collins. Does have the Julies and a smoke grenade, so I feel like there was a set of weaponry and utility to defend the B bomb site alone. It would be this. Just jiggling here. Collins has got to be cautious. Okay, we'll just drop the smoke, of which the T's do respect. I like the idea of this. And OG are just going to double back, pivot towards B late. This is a perfect call. Collins goes for the gamble himself. They've given up long. This is the issue. Collins is actually worried about a wrap through CT because of the fact that Partizan are literally just playing on the bomb site and in bigger mini pits. They're going to full gamble towards the A bomb site. Bomb's going towards B from OG. We recognised that when Crizin was backing away from second mid to Mexi. To me, this round's already done. Aristos, he doesn't need to creep on out. He has spotted one. Gets a freebie there. Vladin's going to be very disappointed. Ration and Collins both fine. It's a 3 versus 3. Little do they know the B-bomb site is literally open.
Yeah, I mean, OG just never going to expect that on the pistol, so they took a little too much time. They are in very good positions, and you do have a dink down Kindo.
Ration, he's got a flashbang of which... Oh, how does that not blind Spook? right in his face. I feel like the chairs just saved him there. But Spook will get one. Depression now rotating across as well, and Nikodos can peek at any moment. Low HP Kindo. Going to be an 8-5 scoreline here, Charlie. And are we going to see that second round CT force from Partizan that was seen on New?
Yeah, we do see them like to go for a lot of the second round forces. Whether they go into in this one, though, is a really interesting talking point. Just due to the nature that they are already 8-5 down.
Yeah.
OG are already a map up in this series. You go for the force buy and lose it. OG are on double digits, 3 rounds away from closing out this series and advancing to the quarterfinals themselves.
But they're going to make that risk. They're going to make that decision. I think for Partizan, this is a huge risk. If they lose this round, OG are so close to finding victory in the series. All it is just a momentary lapse of judgment from Partizan, and the game's done. But they feel confident. They've got 3 MP9s, a couple HE grenades. They've got the rifle on Kindo, but the lack of head armor on anyone with not only a MAC-10, but then MP7 as well. I feel like this is where we're going to see the MP7 have a lot of success, but the nades landing towards bottom banana. Missed HE grenade there as well. They've heard the FAMAS. Flashbang comes through. FAMAS isolated. Kindo falling. Nikodos, nice find. That is the heaviest hitter regarding weaponry falling.
Did the nade hit Kindo there and just sort of slow him down so we can jump back into CT? That's so unfortunate.
Potentially it's the new movement. They've made adjustments, obviously, to the movement in CS, and everyone is hating it. Apparently strafe jumping is just a thing of the past. Oh, nice find there. Nikodos will get 1. He doubles. He's found 3 in total. And look at Aristos' position. He's kind of just playing as this lurking boiler. Vlad never going to be ready for this. And it's Depression all alone. 1 versus 4 here. He's got the Deagle. He's going to get cleared. And he's going to get found. Nikodos finding 4. The only damage, or real damage he takes is actually from his teammate. But it's a 9-5 scoreline. No survivors in the last for Partizan. OG are going to find 10. This is getting very scary for Partizan now. And